button.
The light is green. Cue intro.
No! Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Amigos Retro Gaming, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Eric Canales, Glen Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Uland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, Tom Heron, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to yet another exciting episode of CoCoTALK Live. This week, we have a very special guest. It is none other than Bill Sias, the publisher of Color Computer News. Are you ready?
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, we are here. We're live. The panel is assembled. The viewers are already out there viewing. So we have Kevin Holloway, L. Curtis Boyle, TJB Chris, Pilot 0352, Sloopy Malibu, Exiled in Paradise, Kevin Holloway, Tom, Eric Gunderson, Mikey Furman, he likes it. David Craker is out there, Mark Overholzer, Tim Lindner's out there, Kevin Holloway. The audience is here, the panel is here. We wish you were beautiful, but here we go. We are going to go ahead and do this. Let's start introducing our panel, and then we'll get right into our special guest. So in the top left-hand corner of the Hollywood Squares, it's none other than Rick Uland. Welcome back, Rick.
Howdy, y'all.
Thank you for being here. Our foreign correspondent from the Great White North, Canada, it is L. Curtis Boyle. How's it going, eh?
Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone, depending on where you're watching.
That's right. Our resident Apple guy and poster of links in the live chat, Mark Overholzer, is here.
Hey there, glad to be here.
Creator of fine fake Australian products, many including toggle switches, Jason the Coco Man Reichert is here. Welcome, Jason.
Hello, is everyone excited?
Oh, I am. Yes. He's in Arizona. He is so cool. He has his own theme music. It's Rendezvous. Oh, and how are you today,
world. Pretty good.
All right, you're looking quite dapper in that hat there. Looking
Yeah,
like
it's going to be a great show today.
Oh, absolutely. You look like $1 million and 37 cents. We got a guy who does a few things with MAME, and then he even does things with BASIC now, apparently, making it squanchy. Tim Lindner's here. How you doing, Tim?
Hey, Squanchy, everybody.
Hey, Squanchy Tim. How are you?
Squanchy good.
The Thunder from Down Under, often known for saying,
Oh, crikey.
Nicholas Marentes is here. G'day, Nick.
G'day, world.
G'day. Good to see you. We have our backup streamer. He's here just in case of emergency break glass. It's Mark Bosley. How are you, Mark?
Hello, everybody from sunny Central California today.
Oh, traveling. Cool.
Yeah, so I can't be here to push the button.
Okay, well, make sure you stop by In-N-Out Burger while you're there. Alan Murphy's here. Hey, Alan.
Howdy, howdy.
And a guy who optimizes ROMs and makes heads explode. James Differendaffer's here. Hey, James.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. Okay, that's the panel. I'm your host today, Stevie Stroh, and Mikey Furman's out there. David Lord is out there. How are you? Ken Reichert says hello from the Ohio Turnpike. Scott Cooper is out there. David Lord. Hi, guys. We're here. The show is here. Without any further ado, we are now going to spotlight and speak to our special guest today, our guest of honor, who we're thrilled and delighted, who has joined us for this quality program today. We have none other than Bill Sias. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Sias?
You are. That's amazing.
And
no one ever does.
You are the publisher, former publisher, or it's kind of like military. Once you're a veteran, you're always a veteran, right? So you are the publisher of Color Computer News. And I'm going to shut up now and let Curtis ask the smart questions because I'm the dumbass here. So take it away, Curtis.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus, Stevie. So, Bill, for a lot of people, especially on this panel here, I think joined into the Color Computer CoCo community after Color Computer News had already folded, because it was the very first dedicated Color Computer magazine on the planet, several months before Rainbow, even before Chromaset, which is a tape-based magazine, which all came out within about, 4 or 5 months of each other, I think in 1981. So it ran basically from, I think it was the May-June issue of 81 up until September of 83. I remember
actually there was an issue 0, but I think maybe 50 people ever saw it.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah.
So we'll get into the story behind that too. So, but basically you were around for a couple of years, and you had a ton of people that were actually became quite involved in the industry and started their own companies and stuff in your original staff. I remember there was a little bit of a hand drawing of some of the people there too. And as you mentioned in the pre-show when we were talking, you've always had a beard. So
I have never been without facial hair.
which means you fit right in with Rick Uland and a few others on our panel, Ron DeVoe, et cetera. So we've now got the ZZ Top band back together here. So, so I guess we'll ask you the first standard questions we pretty well ask every guest here. So the first thing is how and when did you get started in computers? Not the CoCo itself, but computers in general.
About 1974, maybe 73. Had access to a deck. Shortly after that, I built a single board computer. Probably you can't see on the screen how big the board was. Then moved into S100 bus computers and SS50 bus. The interest for me was what it could do for me mathematically. My academic background is in math.
Okay, so were you using math like for teaching or for subject you were into, or
when you're doing higher level math, the arithmetic becomes tedious, and you do the math and let the computer do the arithmetic for you. I started out writing a lot of Fortran. And in pursuing an advanced degree in math, you suddenly discover that maybe teaching math at a university is not nearly as interesting as you'd hoped, because you don't get to teach the interesting stuff until you've spent 10 or 15 years teaching algebra to adults. So I had an opportunity to do some outside stuff, and that led to writing software. Kind of stuck in the software end of the whole thing. I've designed some hardware along the road, but primarily a software guy.
Okay. And then what made you eventually choose the color computer, and when did you get it?
I got the first one at the local computer store, the local Tandy store, Radio Shack. I haven't thought of that name in a long time. They got one in, I took it home. I was interested in it because of the processor in it. I wasn't very interested in the computer itself. It was the processor I was interested in. It looked like an interesting way to get computers in people's homes and do some interesting stuff. I'm going to clarify, I don't think I've ever played a computer game in my life. I'm not really into gaming, and the color computer was kind of touted as a real cool gaming machine. It probably was, I don't know. I was more interested in people learning how to program and solving everyday problems inexpensively. Both of my kids were born in the mid 70s, and we'd go to other people's houses, and as early as 78, you go to a friend's house to visit, and the kids would get bored and they'd want to know where the computer was. And the friend that you were visiting would kind of chuckle because the thought of having a computer in their home was just absurd. And we'd had computers since before they were born. Probably like most of you guys.
Yeah, well, it depends on the age of the person on the panel, I guess. Because you had some people
Yeah.
a bit younger that would have came into it much later. I think Jason had mentioned in one of the comments there that he didn't get his very first color computer until '84, so the CoCo 2 was already out at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I looked at it as an interesting, inexpensive tool. And at the time, it was the least expensive, higher end, I'm going to use scare quotes, higher end computer that you could get. There have been computers around for longer than most people realize. Radio Shack getting into the computer business they were not an early entry, but they brought the prices of computing down.
Yeah, I think like the triumvirate that everybody quotes from '77, which is the TRS-80 Model 1, the Apple II, and the Commodore PET were the first mass commercialized home
Right,
computers
but there were
where they're
lots
not
of
priced
computers
up.
long before that.
Yeah, there was Heathkits and Altairs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
years before that.
we were selling CPM based software, CPM and MPM based software into businesses in '78.
Yeah. Now, what other computers you'd made? You'd mentioned that you'd started on DEX, and I'm assuming you were talking like minis, like PDPs. Were you talking like mainframes like VAX or
PDPs? I really, I was never in that era of my life. I couldn't have afforded something like that at home, and I wanted a computer at home, so I built one. And then later on, I built the Altair kit when it first came out. I built a couple of Heathkits when they came out. I was interested in Motorola processors more than the Intel processors, primarily because of what I thought I could do with the advanced addressing modes that they had that the other computers did not, other processors did not.
Yeah, and those were on the PDPs too. So I mean, that was,
exactly. And going from PDP to a 6809 is a pretty simple step. My first programming task, however, was probably in 1964, and I'm using the word programming really literally, very lightly here. My mother worked for a large manufacturing company, and the programmer at their office allowed me to put the plugs in the plug board for the program he was writing.
You got an early start.
Yeah. I would have been 11 at the time.
We did have a question from the live chat about your single board computer. What did you build? What kind of processor, RAM, and bus did it have?
8008, 2K of RAM. It was probably a 3x3 board altogether. It was wire wrapped on essentially Luon. And to start it up, you had to go through with everybody remember wire wrap tools? You'd have to go in and retighten all the wires, and then it would start up, toggle switch it up.
Yeah, that's something I think modern computers have no idea that even existed.
Yeah, for me, I reached behind the CoCo and hit the power button. That was my.
Well, you plug this one in the wall, and then I had a 25-step toggle it up in binary, hit step, toggle the next one up in binary, hit step, and that would hand load enough to start the operating system, which was enough to talk to a teletype.
Yeah, I don't think people appreciate, like, people nowadays are, if they have to emulate even cassette loading, they complain about how slow it is, and they have no idea what it's like to manually load in one byte at a time with switches.
So as far as names you'd recognize of computers, I've had DEC. I've had access to DEC. I had digital corp stuff, the old FIDEC based systems. I had a Lisa. Anybody even remember that?
Yeah, the original predecessor of the Macintosh.
Predecessor of the Macintosh. I actually worked on the Apple
computer.
Newton. I think they sold 5 of those, but I worked on the Apple Newton.
I have one.
Do you?
130.
You're running my memory manager.
Oh, you wrote low-level stuff for the Newton then?
Yeah, my career. So I might be jumping ahead here.
Oh no, go ahead. Don't worry about it. Just wherever the conversation flows.
One of your last questions, I just peeked. One of your last questions, what did I do after? You want to hit that next?
Yeah, if you want to, sure. I can come back to stuff, and I've got extra stuff you don't even have in that list there. I just
awesome. I haven't read the list. I just saw the first and the last question, so been a little busy. Prior to that and during it, we were writing software. We specialized in attorney and accounting and accountants. We did multi-processor 8-bit stuff. Wrote all the software for that. The accounting stuff we did eventually got bought out by a company. My NDA still doesn't allow me to tell you who bought it, but they were located in the state of Washington. It doesn't say I can't tell you where they were. You can figure it out from there.
I'm surprised the NDA is still active this long.
It probably isn't, but it's not worth the risk.
Possible hassle.
Yeah, it kind of goes along with something else I do, where I tell people, when you go to court, even if you win, you lose, because you pay your attorney, and here in the States anyway, it's very difficult to recoup that. Anyway, after Color Computer News ended, I took a little while off to figure out what was going on and how to cope with it. There was a divorce involved, and there were a whole lot of things that all fell apart at the same time. And then I worked as an embedded software guy for about 45 years. I technically retired 10 years ago. I've been working as a health coach ever since. Health coach is kind of a new profession. And if we're interested, we can talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Later on, for sure.
Just a tech nerd, always have been. My interest now, I'm going to hold my hands up and show you that I've got all kinds of stuff attached in places where you can't see. I'm very interested in, I hate this term. Biohacking is the term. I do what those people do, but I don't think you can hack the human body unless you're changed the definition of hack from when I was a hacker. So now I'm interested in writing interesting programming for human bodies.
Alan mentions it. Is it what is also considered to be wearable computing, where you're getting like biosensors and stuff that are kind of monitoring?
I have the ring that I'm wearing right now. I can look right now and I can tell my body temperature, my heart rate, my blood pressure. The blood pressure is over here. I can monitor an amazing amount of stuff that's going on in my body between all of the sensors that I wear. Most of my patients wear similar, if not the same. They'll wear a subset of what I wear. And most of my programming now is in Excel, figuring out what's going on inside their body by watching the results that we get from the sensors and the lab results that we run.
Okay. Now, I did want to get into what other computers did you own before? Now, you mentioned some of the kit computers you had, obviously, but
I built a Hero, in fact, and that got me interested in robotics. And we did some. I'm on call, so occasionally I'm going to have to peek at my phone. I won't have to leave, but part of what I do is I have medical power of attorney over a bunch of people. So sometimes I get called away.
No problem.
Nothing will happen in the next hour. Basically, you name it, I've probably had it. I laughed at the PC when it was first coming out. In the same way I thought the TRS-80 Model 1 was a joke. I thought the IBM PC was a joke. They both started out underpowered for where we were technologically at the time. It was interesting to me that the color computer at, what was it at the time, $300, was a more powerful computer than their TRS-80 Model 1, fully expanded. It was kind of an upside down sort of thing. Their little gaming computer was more powerful than the one that they were touting as a home and business computer. It's also fascinating to me, and keep in mind that this is the first time I've talked about color computer stuff in probably 30 years. It was always amazing to me how it attracted the same kind of people that were attracted to ham radio and airplanes. I'm gonna set that aside and it'll not interrupt us again. It breaks my train of thought. The genuine hacker mentality, you want something done, find a group of dedicated amateurs and they'll kick its butt. A group of dedicated amateurs will outperform a group of professionals every time. And that was one of the other things that I think we had a small hand in the color computer, in that the focus of color computer news was not, here's the coolest new game, though we did do that because, if you don't have subscribers, you had to offer something for everybody.
Yeah. And
so we had game reviews and all that, but they were never reviewed by me because that's not the interesting part. I'm a nerd. I suspect all you guys are too. I'm going to spend an hour playing a game, or I'm going to spend an hour writing any kind of code whatsoever. I'm going to choose writing the code every single time.
We find that with game authors, even, because most of the game authors, the ones that do machine language games, it's the programming the game that's the fun for them. They don't play games much themselves. It's learning how to manipulate the graphics to do this or the sound to do this.
Yep, exactly. I worked for a Fortune 100 company for about 20 years, and we get into arguments with the vice president that I directly reported to. I was a senior engineer there. Who wanted to explain to me how computers worked, and he had no clue as to how they worked at all. In fact, I talked to programmers that worked for the company, and they didn't understand how processors worked, which just blew me away. And then we get guys who would come to me and they'd want help with their software problem, and I'd pull out an oscilloscope, and they were, well, this isn't hardware, it's software. Yeah, okay. I can debug the software much faster with an oscilloscope than I can without, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking all embedded stuff.
Yeah. Now you kind of came around a little bit on the home computer market because like that started in '77 basically with the three computers I mentioned before, and like you said, you weren't a big fan of any of them really. I don't think at the time.
No, I owned all of them at one point or another. The only one of the classic computers that I never owned was the Chiclet Key Commodore.
The original PET, yeah.
The original PET, because I just looked at that keyboard and I couldn't bring myself to imagine actually using the thing.
Which is ironic that you got into the color computer afterwards.
Well, it was a crappy keyboard, but the processor more than made up for it.
Yeah.
I did some Ample II stuff, and 6502 is. Yeah, did you ever put an oscilloscope on a 6502? Did you wonder why it wasn't exploding?
I don't know. I just found the complete lack of registers and indexing modes and everything else just
exactly
too limiting.
Yep.
Remember, compare the 6502 to the 6800, not the 6809.
Yes.
Yeah, it was much cheaper than the 6800 was at the time.
Exactly.
Now, I did want to show on the screen here, off the screen share here for a bit, Stevie. This is a copy of the very first Remarks, which is REM in capital, for.
You know where that came from? If you were in pretty much anybody's BASIC and you typed Remark, and hit enter, you get capital REM and ARK.
Yeah. So this is the very first article. Now, there's one particular one here, one paragraph I want to read out loud for the audio viewers in particular who won't be able to see this. Remarkable Software, which is what you called your company. And this was the company that actually you did custom software, as you mentioned, for law firms and everything else. And then you also published Color Computer News under this mantra. I don't know if you did anything else related to that, or if it still even went up to your retirement, or was that just something in the 70s, 80s, or?
It got sold.
Okay. But one paragraph here. So Remarkable Software started long ago as a custom programming company primarily aimed at business. The problem that hardware manufacturers seem to produce less than exceptional software and don't usually have the facilities to customize their software for the customers. About the spring of 1980, I was forced to change attitudes about a machine I'd been opposed to since its inception. I discovered that TRC Model 1 wasn't all that bad at computers, so I bought one, and Remarkable Software entered the world of personal computing. So I wanted you to talk a little bit about that. Like, what was the thing that changed your mind on? Was it because, it became a much bigger market, or what exactly happened?
Well, we were at the time, we were writing software for, so I have to back up. The world has changed since back then. And back then, people were not going to change their business to match the software. The software needed to change to match the business. Now people buy QuickBooks, and that's the way they're going to run their business. People weren't that willing to do it back then because, and our mantra was, if you find the software that solves your problem, you purchase the computer it runs on, and it doesn't matter. We had a company out of Ann Arbor that was building S100 bus computers for us that they would ship it to us. We would install it in the customer's location, and we would install our software on it. Most of it was CPM based, mostly Intel chips, Intel or Zilog, a lot of Z80 stuff at the time. We did some fairly unique accounting stuff for attorneys. So if there are any attorneys here, I'm going to offend you now. If in the United States anyway, or certainly in Michigan, if I'm your attorney and I represent you and I win you $1 million, you don't get $1 million. You get 2/3 of $1 million, but you don't get the 2/3 of $1 million either. You get the interest on 2/3 of $1 million for whatever amount of time it takes for that interest to accumulate up to 2/3 of $1 million. So the software we had would find the best investment for the attorney to maximize their ability to keep the most of that money that they could. So it was fairly complex stuff looking at different types of investments. Because you don't, going back to the $1 million number, if your share of the settlement is $1 million, you get the interest on $1 million, which works out to be about 20 years of payments. The attorney gets the $1 million right up front. We helped them invest it so that they ended up with more than $1 million after paying you your $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah. So every now and then I explain how that works, and I have to apologize and be embarrassed. But it was fascinating stuff as a guy doing math. It was pretty interesting stuff. We did some accounting software. Going back to where it happened to Remarkable Software, it got sold off in pieces. The accounting software was bought off because what I had done is I wrote a templated based accounting system, which, put yourself back in 78, 79, this is pretty revolutionary stuff. Nowadays, it's no big deal. We would go in and we would customize it to match your business in a short period of time. We did everything from junkyards to zinc die casters to aerospace companies. And we could go in and they would be functional day one. And over the course of typically 90 days, we would have modified it so that it looked like custom software exactly suited to them. The attorney software did that, did what we've already described. It also did time accounting. We were doing some pretty fancy stuff at the time. What what you guys will remember is TSRs, terminate and stay resident programs. And we had, I'd built onto CPM a real-time operating system that ran concurrently with it that allowed us to keep track of time. And the attorney could turn on and off who he was billing. We would pick that stuff up out of memory later and plug it into their accounting system. So if we're bashing, I hope you don't have a lot of attorneys listening, because I'm going to bash them one more time. One of the other things the software is designed based on their request is if I'm talking with Curtis and Patrick calls me up, I would do my hotkey and I would turn on Patrick. The software is smart enough to see that at the end of a 15-minute granular, a 15-minute block, it would now turn off Curtis and continue with Patrick. So Curtis would continue to get billed for
sitting and waiting
6-8 minutes while I was talking to Patrick. When I turned Curtis back on, Patrick would still get the remainder of that 15-minute increment. So when we did the automatic billing for them, it showed that they were on exactly 15 minutes or half hour or whatever the increment happened to be. But that was pretty revolutionary stuff at the time, because we were making CPM. I assume everybody's heard the phrase before. We were making it act like a real-time operating system concurrently.
Did you see the movie Office Space?
You know, I get picked on a lot because people will make movie references and then I have to be embarrassed to admit I don't watch movies.
All right, so you never saw the movie. In the movie, there were software people that were able to put a logarithm in the software they sold so that they would get a penny a transaction type of thing. So the software guy,
I know where this is going.
The software guy always got his money.
Yep. We had some software that we built for another software developer. Now this is well past color computer news time. That would basically put your software in jail. You could use the rest of your program, and until one of their developers came in and remotely unlocked your computer because you hadn't paid your subscription fee, it would lock you down and not let you work. All stuff's really easy to do today. We were pretty proud of at the time. One of the coolest things from that same era, color computer era, is we interfaced to a change counter. Now, this is not a change counter like we're thinking of. This would belong to a vending machine company, and I'm sitting in my home office right now. It would fill up this room, and they would dump in 35-gallon garbage cans full of coins at a time, and it would interface to that, and that interface to our accounting system. It had It
would count all the change and figure out how much
it would
money
count all the change, and we had to hardwire. And when I say hardwire, we actually did it optically. We'd optically count the coins while this change counting machine was counting the coins. So we were basically just using it as a sorting device, and we were counting the money ourselves.
And was this using a color computer, or was this using a different computer?
No, this was using an S100 bus system.
Okay.
We could have done it with a color computer. But one of the things when you're selling stuff back then, if I'd walked in with a small computer, that would have got laughed out of the office. You know, computers had to be big and heavy, and you know, they had to look like they took up a lot of room, and it had to look expensive because we were marking them up as well.
Yeah, you had to have the big iron look. Actually, speaking of that, and I think I remember reading some of this when I was going through the remarks columns there, you did write, and even before you started color computers, you did write some software and even design some hardware for the color computer, but you did not want to have your magazine, the company that was running it, Remarkable Software, you did not want them competing with your own advertisers. So you vowed never to sell anything commercially. But I'm wondering, what kind of stuff did you develop with that?
I built a board that interfaced the color computer to a speaker, and it decoded Morse code and Baudot because I was active in ham radio at the time. tons of.
I have to ask, did you ever do WeFax?
No,
I've been doing it.
my amateur license lapsed. So a whole lot of Curtis and I talked about this very briefly. When we talked last a week ago?
Yeah.
The demise of the color computer news came about with an amazing set of storms that all happened at precisely the same time that included weather catastrophes, home catastrophes, and so the amateur license expired and never got renewed. I spent a fair amount of time being a recluse after that because
now you're pretty decimated from what you were saying, from what everything happened at once.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the remarks columns, there was times where you got behind publishing the magazine by a month or two, and that was because you guys got completely snowed in up where we are in Michigan, and you couldn't even get stuff shipped out. And then you lost power for several days due to a snowstorm. And
we had one at that time where we lost all power, which meant no heat, no water in my home for a full 2 weeks.
Ouch. I don't think we've even had that bad up here.
We're in Michigan.
Well, we're in Michigan.
Where?
Is that, so here's Michigan. Everybody from Michigan's familiar with this, right?
Yeah.
Here's Lake Michigan, right there.
North of Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago is actually the nearest big city. It's closer than Detroit.
Yeah.
We get lake effect snow here that everybody else is fearful of global warming. We're praying for it.
That's pretty well most of Canada too.
Yep.
Now I wanted to ask you, you were interested in the 6809. You knew about it. I'm assuming from like 68 Microjournal, maybe Byte magazine or something like that.
I didn't hear about 68 Microjournal until Richard Don came along, and we'll talk about Richard at some point, I'm sure, or unless we all get bored with all this before that. Richard,
I'm just wondering, like, what prompted you to start the Color Computer News magazine in the first place? Like, what was the impetus?
The alternate source, it was a TRS-80 based magazine out of Lansing, Michigan. The guy who ran it was an IT guy for Coke. He was a nerd of our sort, but really liked Intel processors, and he and I would talk a lot, and we'd argue about processors and all that. I can't even remember his name anymore.
So which magazine was his? Was that like 80?
The alternate source?
Oh, that was the name of the magazine itself. Okay.
Yeah. I got the color computer and started messing with it, and he said, there's no information for that out there. You ought to do something about that. I said, well, I wrote a few articles for ham radio stuff. I've been published as a mathematician. So I kind of know how to write, but I didn't know how to make it interesting. And he said, well, just do it, see what happens. So that's where the issue 0 came out. It was about 16 pages long. I wrote every word of it. And pieces of it appeared later in other issues of Color Computer News. Because we never really distributed it all. There were if there were 50 copies of it, I'd be surprised.
Do you still have one yourself?
I don't have any Color Computer News magazines. We'll come back to that. The last issue I saw, you held up in front of the camera on Zoom. Prior to that, the last one I saw was in the warehouse of the building we owned. I have this funny philosophy, and I get harassed about this a lot. So feel free. I don't get nostalgic about very many things. I said yes to doing this because I thought it would be kind of fun to talk about this and think about a part of my life that's long since gone. But I never kept any copies of the magazines. I haven't seen a color computer in over 30 years. My life took a different track.
You live more for the present than worrying about the past type thing.
Yeah,
So if you're onto something new, you're onto something new.
Yeah, and I try not to fall in love with things that can't fall in love with me. And that's kind of my philosophy.
I'm surprised you like coding then.
Yeah, that's all about me. That's very Zen-like experience. It's as close to meditation as a nerd's ever going to get.
Did you ever do any communications? With a computer?
Not much. We were pretty heavily involved in FidoNet when that was a thing.
Yeah.
But no, never, not so much. I had it attached to the ham radio stuff, and I did DXCC on the color computer. And for all the non-hams, I'm sorry, that probably meant nothing. But that was pretty much it. It really got turned into, my other passion in life. There are only about 3 common threads through my entire life. Been a working musician all of my life. I've been a competitive power lifter all of my life. And I like learning stuff. I like writing code. I like fine detail on everything.
You're definitely a technology buff just due to all the.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not the technology, it's what the technology does for me. I get teased when this new thing came out. Another one came out at the same time, and I'd mentioned there's a young lady who is a close friend of mine. I mentioned I wasn't sure which one to get. She goes, "Oh, you're gonna buy both." She was right. I bought both.
Well, getting back to color computer news, so you had an issue 0 you did just as a kind of a test, I guess, to see if you could.
Yeah, just to see if anything would happen. Some of this is lost in areas back here in my brain. We wrote. Sometimes I'll say we when I really probably ought to say I. I wrote something for 80 microcomputing. And it was just to see if it would work, and the people who responded right away got that issue with an explanation that there was going to be more, and we got a better reaction to it than I anticipated. I thought we would get 2 people and I would send them their $9 back, and I think it was $9. And yeah, we did it, little check off on cool things we've done. But it actually kind of got a little traction. So where were we going with that, Curtis?
Well, basically, like you had the issue 0 came out, and you got interest in it, and you saw that there was about 50 copies, and then you decided to go to actually, making it a regular magazine. You started bi-monthly, went to monthly a little bit later. Because you were the very first color computer magazine, period, dedicated to the color computer. How did you find article writers other than yourself when you did the first issue totally by yourself, and advertisers? Like, there was no network link of people.
Yeah, there really weren't, but 80 microcomputing helped. I'm a pretty personable guy, or a talkative or something. I don't know. I talked about it a lot. I frequently would get comments from people who would call on the phone and say, "You realize you're the only magazine publisher in the world that will talk to subscribers." I talked to everybody about it. And it grew very quickly at first. I think we grabbed all of the nerds right away. I think they were looking for us more than we were looking for them. There were some advertisers that did us great things. There were other advertisers that were our demise. Guys like Frank Hogg, CompuWare, Micro something or other out of Southern California as well. They were there. They were pushing us with their customer lists, and it grew pretty organically, you know. People kept trying to push me to get on CompuServe, and I thought CompuServe was stupid.
It's expensive, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it was. And I didn't see the value, you know. Fido was working well. There was a lot of other communication systems around that were free that did work well. And CompuServe, while I eventually did join, seemed like the predecessor to Facebook. Facebook is an ugly thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like CD chat on
Yes.
CompuServe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering, like if you take a look at some of the early column writers, you had some big names in there that became, you know, software and hardware people in their own right afterwards and became advertisers rather than column. You had Tom Rosenbaum from Spectral Associates. You had some of the people from Microworks. You had Kenneth Kalish, who's one of my favorite game authors of all time, writing, you know, how to do 609 interrupts as a column, and you know, a mixture of game authors and serious software authors and some hardware designers, all, and you had those all like right off the gate.
Right out of the, because they were looking for us harder than we were looking for them. We gave them a venue. One of the things that we did at first, and it kind of contradicts what we said. We intended to pay people from the beginning, but we were operating on an absolute shoestring. I think I mentioned in one of the early columns, probably the one you showed, the amount we were charging for subscription wasn't even covering postage and printing.
Yeah, you did mention there was a big thing between bulk postage and first class mail, and you said, I think in the second issue, that your heart dropped out once you found out how expensive it was doing first class, which you had done for the first issue. So
yeah, well, 0 went out first class mail, 1 went out first class as well. Then we went to bulk. We wanted to go for second class, and that didn't work out, but I don't remember why. And now my brain works in ways that I'm a little ADD as well. So now you mentioned that, so my brain's going to lock on trying to remember why we didn't do second class. We
These
did
are things, unless you've tried to publish before. I mean, you've written articles, but you hadn't had to worry about distribution or anything. This is all new to you. So.
Well, and it was really weird because then we discovered that the way you distribute magazines to news centers is basically the mafia. You pour in massive amounts of magazines at one end, they get distributed. 90 to 180 days later, you get paid, and then they send you back all the unsold ones, and you pay them for the unsold ones.
You have to buy them back, basically.
Yep. So magazine store, bookstore distribution, at least at that point in time, was a nightmare. You had to put tons of money in the front in hopes of getting anything out the back. And you got paid so long after the fact that sometimes it didn't matter. You were out the money anyway. And we had a problem in that I thought we were doing, early on, I thought we were doing a service for the industry, and we were letting people build their businesses on us. We had a lot of advertisers who advertised month after month who never paid a bill. And we let them continue because we thought we were making an investment in the industry and that it would pay off eventually.
You were trying to get, like, the software people to get enough business so that they would be able to start paying you for the ads type thing. It was kind of like a grant at the beginning or something. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and you're making me sound nicer than I probably was, but unless the whole industry grew, we couldn't grow. And the industry was full of guys who were trying to make money at their hobby, and they were not making as much as they hoped, and so they were not paying us. And when we get down to talking about the demise of it, it comes down to I just ran out of money to put into the thing. It was costing me more every month than we were taking in.
Yeah,
putting
and plus
together
you had
magazine
some disasters that all hit at the same time too.
And a wife who's now passed that didn't understand why I was dipping into our savings for a business that had always been successful. the amount of work involved in putting together a print magazine is enormous. We had at one point, the staff got up to 8 people to put together that little magazine. And
Well, to be fair, it wasn't exactly little. I mean, by the end, you were doing 160 pages an issue. I mean, you were.
Yeah.
I don't think Rainbow passed you in size until at least mid to late 1982. I mean, you were bigger than them right off the start. I mean, Lonnie started with what, a 2-page Xerox newsletter. You started issue 1 anyway. I think was like 24 pages to start.
Yep.
And you started bi-monthly, and then you decided you had enough articles and stuff and enough columns that you decided to kick it to monthly, and then the page count went up at the same time. Like you were going along pretty good.
Yeah, but what was happening behind the scenes that nobody was seeing is that I was shoveling money into it out of my pocket all the way through, and just got to the point where I couldn't justify it any further. I had a wife that was saying, this has got to stop. Color Computer Magazine had made us an offer to buy us out because they didn't want to publish. They wanted to take us over. So we were in negotiations with what was at the time Canoe Magazine, the publisher of Canoe Magazine, who wanted to start Color Computer Magazine. And what he wanted to do was just buy us out, take over. And while we were still in negotiation, their first issue came out and they withdrew their offer.
Yeah, because they were the 3rd major magazine I think we had. Because they came out early '83, and then Hot Cocoa from Wayne Green, the 80 Micro guys, came out I think July of '83, so a few months afterwards. Yeah, because it was at one point I think we had 5 major magazines for the Cocoa at one time in that mid 1983. That's the real boom time for magazines, but that's also an oversaturated market, which probably didn't help you either.
Which didn't help. Yep.
Now, I did want to mention, there was one thing you mentioned in your first column that you were planning on doing. I don't know if this actually went through or not. I thought it was an interesting concept to do at that early time. And that was, you were mentioning that you were going to share programs for the Color Computer written by owners, so kind of a shareware network, and you would charge for $7.95 multiple programs on a single cassette. Did that actually work out? It was kind of like one of the very first earliest shareware distributions I remember seeing.
We did a couple of those, and then a guy out of Florida, can't remember his name right now, came to me and said, I want to do this. And so this is quite near the end. He started doing that, all of the issues, and he charged a subscription fee and got really nasty. And we weren't helping him build his business fast enough. So that went on for a while. If you look at some of the later magazines, you'll see his advertisement for it.
Magazine or something.
Something like that. And he had good intentions with that, and it kind of didn't work. He wasn't getting rich quick on me.
Darn you.
Oh, I know. I've made a lot of people mad for not making them rich.
Are you one of those?
So we
people?
did. I'm sorry.
I said, are you one of those people who's mad for you not
for
making you rich?
For me not making me rich?
Yes.
Yeah, I might be.
Okay.
I have no complaint though, honestly. It was a lot of fun while we did it until it wasn't anymore, and then it got difficult. I have the unique position of being able to say that I've employed all of my immediate family, other than my older brother at one point or another. I have the dubious pleasure of being able to say I had to fire my father because he was not good at his job.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was rough.
Mind you, I had to do that with my ex-wife too, so I can kind of feel for you on that one.
Yeah, well, it wasn't fun either way. But I went into his office and said, I got to make a choice today. I either have to let you go or go bankrupt. And he said, well, I guess you probably ought to let me go. It's good, because I didn't really want to go bankrupt.
Okay.
And that was not really the case. He was just not good at his job.
Yeah.
My youngest brother was the art director, so all of the layout in the magazines that you see, he did. He's now passed, died at 48 years old, waiting for double lung transplant. One of my favorite people in the whole world. Hard worker.
Yeah, sorry, that's young. So
yeah. I found it interesting as people were logging in, there were some names I actually recognized from back then. I don't remember which ones they were now, but some of the people who logged in early.
Like Mark Siegel, maybe, because he was at Tandy.
Could be
part of the CoCo side of things. So that'd be one.
I always took a lot of pleasure out of the fact that if somebody called and said, I want to talk to Bill, they talked to Bill. And
yeah, you mentioned one of your columns, you were actually telling people to quit calling you so much because you were actually not wasting, but you were taking 6 hours a day just talking to
people on the phone. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, I like to think we left a good mark. We left, unfortunately, in an unhappy way. We did, in theory, all of the subscriptions got taken care of. They all went to Wayne Green, and they were supposed to get the magazine of their choice. I never followed up because Wayne offered me a job. I turned it down. He wanted to do some stuff on the Apple II, and I had no interest in Apple II programming.
Yeah.
And I really didn't want to live in New Hampshire.
Oh, he wanted you to move too? Oh, okay. Anyway, I was going to go through some of, I went through a lot of your remarks columns. So there's certain things that were mentioned there that I didn't know about actually, because I haven't read a lot of these. So there's one thing you mentioned in issue 4, which is November, December of 81. You had an editorial explaining what formats you would accept articles in. Now, most of these make sense to me. Like, obviously, if you had a CoCo cassette or disc, you'd send that in. Because you had start with the Model 1, as far as owning a home computer, you said you could send it in that format too, and you would be able to print it out. You'd accept Flex. You'd accept direct downloads from modem. All this is making sense for me up to this point. And then I was quite surprised you also accepted hand-typed pages where somebody just send you something, you have to retype it into the magazine. And you even accepted handwritten, like people would just write down program listings by hand, write the article by hand. You'd have to be able to read whatever handwriting they had and then type it all in. How long did that last?
Right to the end.
Oh, really?
Because so you asked me stuff I've written for the color computer. I interfaced the color computer to a typeset machine. So, and I made, I can't remember the name of the manufacturer of it. We bought 2 remanufactured typesetters. This is back in the days when they printed out on film and they did beautiful formatting. We interfaced directly to their circuit board, and we had a problem on one of the computers, and they had to send in a repair guy, and they got livid the fact that we had modified their circuit board and threatened to not do repair for us until I showed them that it was I showed them the chip they needed to replace, but since they had sanded off the chip designation, I couldn't replace it myself because I didn't know exactly what it was. So when we talked earlier about stuff I'd written for the color computer, well, that was one of them. And that interface, we had it attached to a Model 1 as well. And we were trying to fill pages, and if all I had to do was type it in. So the question is, who typed in those things from the handwritten stuff? That'd be me. And then I had a young lady that answered the phone for us for the other company, and I'd pay her $1 a page to type in the ones that she would do. So yeah, we did that right up to the end because we were trying to produce as much high quality stuff as we could. And we had tons of stuff that we got submissions that we never got to that were good stuff. I'm certain it was. We had boxes of articles that we would have published more if we'd had time to turn these great ideas into something that was actually readable. And I'm not picking on the people who submitted stuff. There was great stuff that was basically unreadable, and I'm not talking about the quality of the handwriting. I mean, the grammar was terrible, and we would have basically had to have completely rewritten them. And if you look at the articles, you'll see that we tried to change as little as possible. One of the things that annoyed me as an author prior to Color Computer is getting back a proof, and it didn't sound like me at all. They had rewritten so much of it that it sounded like somebody else had written the article.
Yeah, it became generic basically at that point.
Yeah,
Because I do notice that like some of your column writes like Frank Hogg, you can tell it's Frank Hogg when he writes.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you know Frank.
His grammar isn't always the best, and he sometimes if he gets hyped up on something, he doesn't use a period for like a paragraph and a half or something like that.
Yep.
Like it's just like talking to him.
But yeah, exactly. And that was kind of the goal is, I don't want to be slick and polished. We never got slick and polished. We got cleaner. But when you read Frank's stuff, you knew it was Frank. And if you read your stuff, people would know it was you. The purpose of communication. So the people who work for me now accuse me of being a grammar Nazi, but I'm only a grammar Nazi when we're communicating with the doctors. The purpose of communication is to transfer an idea from one brain to another. And if we get all wrapped around the axle on how pretty it was, oftentimes we'll lose that transfer. And if you have to go 3 paragraphs without taking a breath because there's no period, because that's the way Frank talks, so be it. The information got there and you felt like you had a personal conversation with Frank.
Yeah. No, I did notice that in your columns, and that was different than I think any other computer magazine I've really seen.
We wanted to polish as little as possible.
Yeah. Bill, did you know Dennis Kitts from Green Mountain Micro? Because he would seem to be a fit for you because he did interesting things with the CoCo. Plus, he was a musician.
Yeah, and we talked more than once. We talked a couple of times on the phone. As I recall, he contributed some stuff. See, you're going to make me think real hard about this stuff now because we're talking half a lifetime ago.
Yeah. And like you said, you're not a nostalgic type person by default. You're on to the next thing. Tim Lindner, you mentioned in the chat you had a question for Bill too, and I don't want to hog all the speaking parts.
Oh, it's just I have a typesetting background, and I was wondering what typesetting machine he hooked his CoCo up to.
Oh, geez, it was big and blue. Had a keyboard on the front. CompuGraphic. CompuGraphic.
Cool.
Yep, and it was another one of those ones where if it didn't work, you banged it, and if it didn't do it, you'd open the front cover, get out your wire wrap tool, and retighten all the wires and close it back up. I kept threatening to run a bead of solder down all those wire wrap terminals.
So that would have been a photo typesetter that
yes,
printed out galleries that you then pasted up.
Yes.
Oh man, nostalgia for me.
Yeah, we had some of those at the printing shop I worked at, but that wasn't my department, so I saw them, but I didn't know too much about them.
They're kind of fun little toys. When we were closing up the big camera, all the pages were done on film back then with a screen, and we sold the big camera to Frank and rented a Cadillac for my youngest brother to drive it out there and spend a day teaching Frank's people how to use it and how to determine size screens and all that. And I never heard, when my baby brother got back, I asked him how it went. He was just grumpy. So I don't know if Frank beat him up out back or something. I don't know, but I was going to ask him the question if he appeared today.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's got really crap. He's camping up in Duluth right now, and he said the internet connection's horrible. It even took him a while to text me. So he needs to watch it later. So if he gives me some comments, I'll pass them on.
Yeah.
Awesome. Tell him to check out Elon. Mr. Musk has got a solution to that for him.
Yeah, I'd just like to chime in here for just two things, which is two observations, which will lead to a question. But what I'm hearing, like where you were at the time in the beginning of the color computer, and you're saying things like, we were trying to be a resource. We were trying to be a platform for this community and give people a place to kind of launch from. I kind of feel like and see some parallels with what we're doing with this show and in a way what we're doing with the Glenside newsletter, because I've been in charge of editing the Glenside newsletter for almost the past 2 years, and has kind of seeing how that's taken an evolution and gaining some momentum and getting contributions and stuff. So it's nowhere near the same scale or exactly the same context of what you did when you did, but for today's community, I feel like there's some parallels there. Some of the challenges and struggles, and how like this show is one of a few platforms that provide a voice for hardware and software people to get the exposure and communicate to the community at large. So I feel like in a small sense, we're doing today for the CoCo what you did back then. And I'm not trying to fool myself full of hot air, but, you know, I realize that.
No, I took it as a compliment.
Yeah, but you know, percentage wise, you were a big bucket, we're a small thimble, but the community's smaller too, you know. But I kind of feel like we're doing something analogous to what you did at a much more important time in history, where you did it when this was new and trailblazing. We're doing it now when it's kind of a hobby for, you know, for old people. But where I'm leading with this is a question now is like, so in the span of what you did, you had your, you know, you start your humble beginnings, you have your peak, you have your decline. In that big arch, what was one of your proudest moments or aha moments or golden, you know, what would be like a really good takeaway you can say, you know, I'm really glad this happened? Is there any, even just one thing you could say was, despite the good and the bad, I'm glad this one thing happened. I met this person, did this thing or whatever. So it's kind of curious on that.
Well, that's one I wish you'd warned me it was coming, because that requires a little thought. There are a lot of things that I really enjoyed. The community, the fact that people would call just to ask programming questions. There are still little conversations that, despite not being this nostalgic guy, there are still moments that I think of that just, well, you know, that's interesting, because that's this picture that he's showing is taken at one of those aha moments where I was speaking to this group. Boy, that's a ridiculous looking suit, isn't it?
You talking about Frank's or yours?
Yeah.
That is classic. Oh.
The people who work with me now wouldn't believe there was ever that much hair. In fact, I just came across the picture as I was moving. I just sold a house because it suddenly became, this is not all that interesting, but a realtor came to my house and said, I have a client that wants your house for a ridiculous amount of money. I looked at the offer, and so I'm living in an apartment right now while looking for another house. And in the process of moving, came across some pictures from about, maybe 3 years before that picture. And the hair at the time was, if I would lean forward, I would pull my hair because I'd be sitting on it. And now, apparently, it doesn't look the same. This particular picture was taken at a conference where I was asked to speak, and it was quite a cool thing to be asked to address this group, this community.
Yeah, this was a micro one, if I remember reading correctly.
Yeah. There were 3 that I really enjoyed. There was this one. There was another one. It was a user group thing in Southern Ohio that they asked me, could I come? They couldn't afford to pay me, but would I come anyway? And I came. Yeah, is that Ken Kaplan in the middle there?
Yep, that is. I just want to show people, because that was basically almost the entirety of microware back at that point. And some people in our audience have actually worked in microware during various years of its existence. So
yeah, I recognize. I can't remember all the names, but I recognize all the people. I should have read the caption.
Including some of the people that worked on the CoCo 3 ROMs, like Larry, and the CoCo 9 2 are in there too, like Larry Crane and Bob Doggett and a few others.
One of the funny things from that conference was there was one session where it became apparent that Ken Kaplan didn't understand that there were ANSI standards for control codes.
Yeah, you can tell that from OS9 for sure. Move the cursor up or something like that.
What's the old saying? The great thing about standards are there's so many of them.
Yeah, exactly. I went to work contracted with a company that ran OS9 on some interactive game. When I say game, I don't mean how do I phrase it? Because I can't tell you the name of the company. legally can't tell you the name of the company. They did some large indoor recreation stuff that was all run on OS 9. And I got hired to fix some stuff that turned out to be OS 9 based stuff, problems.
That's cool.
I just thought you'd like a bit of a blast from the past.
Yeah,
and
that
this
was
is
kind
also
of
to
fun.
prove you've had that beard for 40 years. So.
Yeah, I've actually I've had at least the goatee and mustache since I was 14 years old. I would have actually probably had it from birth because it's never had a razor on that part of my face. And this is the least beard I've ever had because when COVID came about, you couldn't get to the barbershop anymore. So I started shaving the head, and a full beard with a bald head looks like your head's on upside down. So I didn't want to do that. So I shaved it down to the Van Dyke or the goatee or whatever it's called. And kind of got used to the look. So continue to do it despite the fact that barbershop's
I
open.
think one of the things we touched on briefly in our pre-interview was there was a crossover where your magazine existed at the same time the Rainbow existed, and you had some interactions and you had a relationship with Lonnie Falk, the publisher of Rainbow magazine. Are there any stories, good, bad, horrific, or wonderful, that you could share? Or
actually, just before you answer that, Bill, this was actually my next question, honestly.
Okay.
I did there's a specific column you wrote about this a little bit, and I wanted to read that verbatim so people kind of can get the background of it from you at the time. This is from the January 1982 issue, the first issue you went monthly. And for a bit of background for the audience, Chromaset was the first tape-based magazine. It also came out in mid-1981. It was run by Dave Lakerquist, and he's also the guy who originated the term CoCo. So your quote from this is that those of you that get Chromaset have by now read Dave's comments about us and Rainbow. We both were unaware of the other at the times our ads were laid out, and I've changed my ad accordingly. For those that don't get Chromaset, we were advertising ourselves as the only totally color computer magazine in the market, which at the time was true, and that was true the first 3 or 4 months. And then Lonnie Falk, Rainbow's publisher, and I had a long chat on the phone shortly after we discovered each other and agreed the competition was good for both of us, so we exchanged ads. Please comment.
We did. We exchanged ads. We did them both gratis. I published his, he published mine. I went to the first or second Rainbow Fest anonymously. Didn't work real well because I have a face that had been in the magazine a few times. Got recognized by a bunch of people, and some of them were delighted I was there. Others were shocked because, Lonnie and I must hate each other. Lonnie and I did not hate each other. If we weren't both very busy, we probably would have been friends. He invited me to his hotel room, and I went. We sat around for a while. He explained to me that he had to send a messenger back to, where did he live? Prospect, Kentucky. Yeah. He had to send somebody back there because there were no decent bagels in Cincinnati. Wherever it was we were, there were no decent bagels there, so we had to send somebody back, and he had a big box of bagels, so we had a bagel together. We talked about where we both were in the whole thing. We honestly never became friends. We probably would have another circumstance. We were never enemies. We had differences of approach, as I recall. He had a publishing background. He worked for a university sports magazine, worked or published or something. I don't recall anymore.
And he was an Associated Press, I think, or something like that, reporter for a decade or two before that too.
For some amount of time. So he was, for him to produce the more polished of the two magazines was no surprise to anybody who knew both of our backgrounds.
He definitely wasn't as technically minded as you.
Oh, no, not at all. But a very nice guy. We got along very well every time we got together. The bagels were fine. They were not the best bagels I've ever had, but they were just fine.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about, and this was a policy that you published in CCN too. And this is, as far as I know, is unique. I don't think most magazines would let this happen, especially nowadays. But you had this policy, and somebody wrote in there asking about this actually in the letter mail call section about the fact that they wanted to reprint some articles from Color Computer News in their own local newsletters for the club. And you said, sure, you can do that as much as you want. All you have to do is just, mention that it was done by CCN, and that they had to send you a complimentary copy of that particular newsletter. And that's it. There was no money exchange.
Yep.
There was nothing
Yep.
else. And I don't know of any other magazine that before or since would be able to do that.
Well, it's actually happened about 2 or 3 years ago. I got an email from someone who said he was putting together a compilation of information about the color computer, and he wanted to put it together on DVD, and he wanted to do just the articles without the advertising. And I told him that would be fine as long as he was distributing it directly, actual cost. If he made any money on it, he needed to find all of the authors and compensate them somehow. So I actually continued that policy for a long time. I really believe that we are all made better by the sharing of information. And, if...
Amen.
In all of my work as an engineer, I was always the first to help and always quick to let people know what I was doing. I'd work with other engineers who would say, you're sharing too much. How do you secure your job if you don't keep some of it back? And I think that it's very important that we as humans stop worrying about making a dollar from everything we do. We do in what we do now, and you promised me I could talk about it at some point, so I'm saving it up for later. We do a fair amount of pro bono stuff because it's good for all of us if we take care of each other, and holding things to your chest doesn't do anybody any good, not even you.
Yeah. Well, I don't have too many more CoCo-related questions, so yeah, we'll be getting to
I was going to ask that question, and we're happy to have you talk about as many other things that are non-CoCo related, like especially the stuff you're doing now. But do we perhaps want to maybe take a break then, since we're getting to the tail end of the CoCo questions, because we've been talking for a little over an hour now, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. So I don't know how much time you have left.
And honestly, I've been honestly surprised because I thought we'd run out of stuff to talk about at about the 10-minute mark.
Do you have more time for us, Bill?
Sure.
Are you okay if we take maybe a 2 to 3 minute break?
I would be delighted to take 2-minute break right now.
All right. So and Bill, listen, I appreciate you and you being here, and this is great stuff. I'm eating this thing up like a kid in a candy store, and we want to keep it going. We have some more CoCo questions. I think you have a few more left. Curtis, maybe some more from the panel and the audience. So we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll get to some CoCo stuff, and then tell us about what you're doing now. Feel free to plug anything and everything you want to plug as well.
Careful, because I'll actually do it.
I'm going to hold you to that. All right. So we're going to take a break, boys and girls. We are still here with Bill Sias, the publisher of Color Computer News, the first color computer magazine in the history of history. I'm going to run. What I'm going to start with. I'm going to run some promotional spots of some upcoming guests we have in the next few weeks, and then we'll take a good 2-minute break. So everybody, smoke them if you got them. Go potty. Do what you got to do, and we'll be back after these words. Thank you, Bill, and thank you everybody, and we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Gene Turnbow. I'm the programmer of C-Trek, one of the very first implementations of color computer Star Trek back in 1980 for Spectral Associates. And I also built an interesting motion control rig for cinematography using an MC-10. And I'm the founder and station manager of sci-fi.radio, sci-fi for your Wi-Fi. And I will be on CoCoTALK on September 11th. See you there.
Hello everyone, Brian Weisler here. You've probably seen me on CoCoTALK and on Facebook. Some of you probably know that I enjoy collecting. Some even say I have a problem. Well, recently I made a large acquisition, and on September 18th I would like to share a little bit of that collection with you. I'd like to talk about the person who put together the large collection that I acquired, and to talk a little bit about him and share some of those items with you. You might see some items there that maybe you haven't seen before. You might see something that you've seen and hadn't seen one in a long time. And we can talk about some of those items and share it together. So again, September 18th, join me on CoCoTALK as we go through this collection that I recently acquired. See you then.
I'll mute my mic so I don't get any extra noise.
Okay, hi. I'm Glen Hewlett. Probably known for doing my Pac-Man transcode, and I just finished porting Williams Joust to the CoCo 3. So I'm going to be on CoCoTALK on September 18th. So if you want to see me, get on the show.
Don't need a C64. Vic 20 is such a bore. Apple II is priced so high. Tandy I'm gonna buy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Gonna play till the sun goes down. Ain't no final games around. Model 100 in my car. Just like Fletcher, I'll go far. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
I need it tonight.
But JT,
I need it tonight.
I knew you would.
40 years have come and gone. Tandy, I'm still counting on. Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Tandy sitting on my desk. Tandy for my BBS. Tandy word processing. Tandy for everything. Tandy when I'm alone. Tandy on my telephone. Tandy will never die. Tandy, don't ask me why. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
All right, we are back, everybody. Our continuing interview with Bill Sias, publisher of Color Computer News, and so much more, with the hard-hitting questions by our foreign correspondent, L. Curtis Boyle. If there is dirt to be found, if there's a skeleton in the closet, if there's something under the carpet, Curtis will find it for us.
So I take bribes to not ask. So. But first, I just want to do a couple of comments from the chat here. Exile in Paradise, who's actually on the panel, Robert Allen Murphy. The whole difference of the CoCo from what I remember growing up in the country with basically a visit to Radio Shack only a couple times a year. This is an amazing view of the wider CoCo world at the time. Mikey Furman in the chat also said the wizards behind the curtain. So, you know, getting the whole background story of what's going on, you know, back in 81 to 83. Grant Leedy said this is a great interview. Eric Montero says great show. Thanks, Bill. 60 was Karen in the UK, and of course one of our main Dragon correspondents for the Dragon Clone, which you actually featured on the cover of one of your News magazines. I said, yeah, this is enjoyable. So basically everybody's really liking the interview so far, which is cool. So I'll get some of the last CoCo questions out of the way. I've got a couple little, one more screen share to do when I get to that particular question. Then I'll actually show some Color Computer magazines or Color Computer News magazines I actually still own and have here. Some were actually inherited from a collection from somebody else who was collecting it before I got to it, and then a few that I bought at CMD Micro up here, which is long gone. But anyway, the next question I'm going to ask, and this is, you announced another contest that was supposed to be monthly in the September 1982 issue, and I'll show what the award was going to look like. It was a plaque that you were going to issue out. I don't think this ended up being monthly, but let's find it here. So that's an actual cover of the magazine here, $2.95 per copy. But this was the plaque you were planning on issuing. And this was a contest for all 6 out of 9 systems, because you also were, as you mentioned, the 6 out of 9 was your main interest in the CoCo. So you actually ended up buying a Gimmicks machine to run at Remarkable Software. And you mentioned you helped install them and stuff too. So this was supposed to be honoring the most innovative use for a 6 out of 9 CPU, and was sponsored by both yourself and Gimmicks as well. And you would get this plaque, and then you'd also get a $200 prize reward. How long did that run? How successful was that competition, or did it kind of fizzle out?
It died young. I think it happened once.
Was it just because the market was a bit too small to try to jam something earth-shattering every month?
Richard Don of Gimmicks, I'm searching hard for polite words. Was a guy full of great ideas, and I haven't talked to him I'm certain he's dead and gone by now, because he was probably the age I am now when we were talking then. He had lots of ideas.
So on the personal front, he wasn't the greatest person to deal with, I'm guessing.
And business-wise, he was not the greatest person to deal with.
Because I do know he used to just take out full-page ads in your magazine. He actually did that in Rainbow too, and probably some of the others when I remember. But
probably
the systems they sold were pretty expensive. They were high-end.
They were very high-end SS50, 1609 based computers. They were very, very nice computers.
I've heard nothing but praise from the people that have had them.
The engineer who worked for them was a non-degreed engineer who was brilliant. And Richard was probably a fine guy, but he did a couple of things that
rubbed you the wrong way.
Very much. He intentionally tried to embarrass my father. That sort of thing doesn't fly well.
No.
He put Frank Hogg in a position to embarrass my dad, and Frank was very embarrassed by the entire situation.
And I know you don't want to go into details.
Yeah, I'm going to stop there, because
so needless
it would be
to say, the contest didn't run long.
It did not.
Okay.
It did not, because the contest was supposed to be a Gimmicks contest that we were supporting. We were doing the legwork. He was doing the money behind it, because, as you can tell, those are very expensive plaques. We were judging and announcing, and he was doing all the rest, and he didn't do the rest.
That's too bad. It was actually sounded like a pretty good idea.
It was a great idea.
As you said, he was a good ideas man anyway.
Yeah.
Now, during our pre-interview, you mentioned, and it brought back some memories to me of letter and editorial pages from that time period, that you were definitely not a fan of the term CoCo. You thought it sounded childish. And I remember these, because in Rainbow and in CCN, there was a big argument. Do you want to call it an ADC? Do you want to call it a CC? Do you want to call it a CoCo? And there was a definite camps on both sides, and the letters pages in both your magazines would fire back and forth between people. And I was wondering if you want to kind of explain your viewpoint on that yourself, and then also, has that changed over the years, or do you still feel the same way?
I'm going to go backwards. Has it changed over the years? As you age, you get a little softer. There are things that you recognize in yourself that you're not going to change, but at least you recognize them. If I think something is stupid, I think it's really stupid. And I recognize that. So now, if I can think that something is really stupid, but not speak it that way. My issue with CoCo was it was too cute, and it made the machine sound like it was only for games, and it was not only for games. It was for serious computing as well. At the time, it was in that price range, the most powerful computer out there. And I think I thought giving it a cute name
degraded it.
Degraded that fact. And that was the whole thing, you know. And if I had been looking at it from Lonnie's perspective, you know, he was selling magazines to people who enjoyed using the machine, and I was selling magazines to people who were enjoying creating on the machine.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to diminish the perception of the machine at all. And that was the extent of it.
If Tandy had stuck with the processor nomenclature, where TRS-80 kind of became just a brand name, even though it originally stood for the Z80 processor. If they had called it the TRS-6809, that just doesn't have the same ring to it, although it would have been accurate. But hey, I got a TRS-6809. Well, what the hell is that, right? So, TRS-80 was established now as a brand name of computers in general, which is probably why they kept that piece.
Yeah.
Well, plus the Tandy themselves changed that later, like they did MC10, the Tandy 1000, like they kind of got off the TRS-80 train themselves because they realized it was becoming nonsensical. The Model 16 had a 68,000 in it.
Yeah. Well, and I changed my mind in a lot of stuff when I started working with a lot of people who are really skilled at marketing, and they would give things ridiculous names. I worked for one company. I designed a autonomous cleaning machine, and they called it the something 22. And I said, where does the 22 come from? Well, this is the cleaning technology into the 22nd century. What? No.
I bet you that prediction didn't come true.
Yeah, no, I'm certain it didn't. So I've learned that marketing people look at life differently than those nerds among us do. I would have called it the 99 because it was cleaning technology into 1999. So, marketing people do their thing. They're good at it. We don't get it. Working for big companies, they have you do things that make you roll your eyes. They bring in people who want you to do trust falls and silly nonsense like that, stand and cheer for one another. And,
team building exercises. Oh.
Yeah, team building exercise, which makes you hate everyone on your team.
Yeah.
When the TRS-80 came out, and I used to look in the window at Radio Shack, and see the Model 1. The TRS-80, before I knew about what processors were called or their numbers or anything, I thought TRS-80 stood for the 80s, because in '79 it was coming. The 80s were future.
You were in the future, yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to ask you was, you were interested in music. Did you interface music with the color computer or any computer in the future?
Well, you asked me two questions there. Let me answer both of them. For most of my life, I wanted music to be the one area of my life that had no technology attached to it. So I didn't for a long time. And then I started doing some composing, and MIDI is stupid because it's too slow. And I came up with a different way of interfacing a keyboard to a computer so it would transcribe better in real time. So I interfaced a bit. Am I talking to another musician? I'm not sure who I'm talking to.
There are some musicians in our
okay
group.
So I did some band in the box stuff. When they stopped allowing smoking in bars, tips went away. So you made more money if you had fewer people in your band. And so I started doing some solo stuff using band in the box. Yes, this voice sings. I'm not going to prove it to you. So by using band in the box, you could have the rest of the band not with you, and you could actually make a decent living. You know, working musicians, there's a cat. Don't let my dog see that. I got greyhounds right behind me. Be careful.
Who's going to do your trust fall when you don't have any other band members?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I guess I gave you a long answer to a short one. I kind of, there are some parts of my life where I don't want technology involved. So for example, music is one part of it. I also do woodworking, but I do 17th century woodworking using 17th century tools and 17th century technology. The only exception is I do have electric lights, but there are no power tools. And so those parts of my life have no technology involved at all.
Okay. Now, one reason I want to bring up about the CoCo thing is because I remember the controversy myself from like 82 on until, you know, it kind of got, CoCo kind of won out in the end, to the point that, I mean, Wayne Green, who hated that term at the beginning too, ended up making Hot CoCo magazine, you know, in July of 83. Tandy itself, or Intertan anyway, actually started advertising the color computer as the CoCo in Canada and Quebec, for example. If you've seen the commercial we sometimes play as a background or in commercial breaks, they actually call it the CoCo Deux, which is, you know, French for CoCo 2. So I mean, even Tandy themselves, though I don't think they did in the States officially call it the CoCo anywhere, though even the stores they did. You know, if you talk to the manager.
Yeah, Tandy did call it CoCo in the U.S. The Getting Started book originally said introducing TRS-80 in chapter 1. Mm-hmm. Later versions say introducing CoCo.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so it definitely kind of won over, and it became. I think it went from being cutesy to being friendly.
That's water. I'm not chugging a bottle of wine.
It's not straight vodka. Okay. You know, talking to us, you might need that. But.
That's good Italian water right there too. That's the Pellegrino.
That is some good Italian water.
Good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then up until the 1983 issues, it had always, as far as I know, had a simple cover design which included a table of contents, which I found really cool because you didn't have to open the magazine to figure out what stuff was. You could just look right at the cover and bang, that's the page I'm going to. Actually, I'll share my.
So let me, before you share your screen, let me explain to you why that happened. A very close friend of mine at the time owned a bookstore, and they were the first bookstore that sold it. And I talked with her. What should we do so that we make you less mad carrying our magazine? And she said, the biggest problem we have as a bookstore owner is people will stand there and read the entire magazine trying to figure out if they want to buy it or not. If somebody would just put the table of contents on the cover, it would solve so many problems for us. Well, it solved problems for us too, because then we didn't have to come up with a photograph every month. And so that's where that came from. So you can thank Mary for that. Yep.
Hold on,
if you want to spotlight me here, Steve, I'll just hold up this. This is Particulars November 1982 issue number 14. So you can see, like, it just says Color Computer News, very simple, and, you know, the mailing stuff, and then the actual table of contents for the major articles.
Wow.
Yep.
Which is very handy. Like you said, if you're trying to find an article, like now we have indexes, you can use a PDF or searchable, whatever.
Sure. But think back to, if you think
back to open every
our
rainbow
original,
to try to find an article, and you see, I can just flip through the covers, and that's the one I want.
And that was the point. We always believed, again, I'm saying we, where I should say I always believed that people were going to keep these magazines forever. And
yes, we are.
You're going to want to refer back, and you know that middle summer of 82, there was this article about, I know what it was, and now you can just flip open your archive, and there it is.
Yeah.
And that was
I normally have these in little baggies in a binder, so I just can flip the covers through and find stuff. Now, you did change in 1983. You actually quit doing that. Now, I was going to ask you a couple of things about that. First of all, why did you do the change? Because as you said, it was actually kind of handy, and the bookstore person recommended it. And two, for a brief period, you went into, like, I don't know, outdoor scenes. I don't know how to describe this here, but I mean, it's seasonal, I guess, because this was a February.
You could tell that happened about the same time that we got international magazine bookstore distribution, and they went the opposite of Mary. We needed a picture on the cover that would catch the eye. So that's where that came from.
Yeah. This here is actually the very first issue I ever bought, and it's even got the old sticker for the Canadian price still on it.
What was the price?
$3.50.
Wow.
So it was
We
about,
never charged that much in the States.
yeah, I think it was $2.95 in the States, if I remember.
I think so.
Yeah. Now, was this actual, like, were these stock photos you got from somewhere, or is this actual
Yep.
photos from like near your home?
That particular one, I think, is just outside my front door.
So this is in Muskegon, is that how it's pronounced?
Muskegon.
Muskegon. Okay. And then the next issue is another one, though, that's kind of a more of a print style, because it's kind of got the grade 8.
Yeah, and that's when we started using the distributor didn't like the cover that we did on the previous one. They sent us stock.
Yeah, I preferred yours, actually, to be honest, if you're going to keep
Yeah.
the outdoor theme going.
Yeah.
But that didn't last long.
No, because it was stupid.
So I'm going to jump to the May 1983. This is your second birthday issue, which has a nice cocoa cake, which we've actually done at some of the Cocoa
We
Fests.
actually, that is actually a cake. We did indeed eat it.
I was going to ask, what flavor was it?
The bottom layer was white, the top layer was chocolate, and the frosting was gross. There was so much food coloring in it to get the right shade of gray. Yeah, that was actually done by a place called Anton's Bakery that went out of business about a year ago.
Now, Nick Marentes, who's on our panel here, he helped organize the Pen Fest 2000, which was the 20th anniversary of the Coco. And they made a giant cake there that we had, I think the one half on the left was, vanilla, and the other one on the right was chocolate. A fair bit larger than this, but they also did it with the Coco theme. Nick, can you mention what the details were? Because I can't even remember, and I didn't have a picture handy.
I think we had two cakes. One had a Coco 3 or a Coco on it. The other one had a CM8 on it.
Oh, the monitor, right? That's right.
Yeah, so I assume it was a Coco 3 on one and a CM8 on the other. It was pretty large, and we had the special guests chop it up.
Yeah, we had Mark Hawkins from Microware, who we showed the Microware picture from earlier, one of the programmers, engineers.
Yeah. And the other guy,
Jeremy Spiller, wasn't
Kevin,
it? And Kevin Darling.
Well, it was Kevin Darling, yeah, that's right, and Jeremy Spiller, yeah, that's right.
Hold on.
Well, this one was exactly the same size as the color computer.
Jason, can you hold up that picture again, because you weren't on camera? Okay, so Jason's got a picture of the cake with the CM8 in it, or that's the CM8 cake right there.
Yeah.
Okay. What does it say on the cake? It's kind of blurry in the picture. What is the writing on the cake?
Oh.
And you're muted, Jason.
That's something about PenFest 2000, wasn't it?
Still muted.
I might need to find him to unmute him. I can't find him in the panel right now.
There we are. I couldn't get the mouse to move.
Okay.
I think it says happy
birthday.
Happy some. You know what? The 35 millimeter print is a bit blurry.
Okay, so it might say happy 20th birthday, Coco, or something like
Yeah,
that.
it was the 20th birthday.
Okay. Cool. So the whole idea of a Coco birthday cake was used again.
Yep.
I have
18 years later. So this next one here is from June of 1983. Now this kind of had, I'm assuming this is one of those stock things. It's not even a photo. It's more like a piece of
it's a
artwork.
drawing.
Now I'm guessing from your look on your face, this was not a happy decision for you to do
No,
this.
I hated this whole era. We were doing stuff for people that weren't making any money for us, who were going to make us rich. If you get in the bookstores, wonderful things are going to happen. And here's how you get in the bookstores. And
Yeah, I don't think they understood the target audience, because I mean,
No.
yours was definitely the hardcore techie
Yep.
color computer community. The Rainbow was more the casual user style ones.
Yep.
So I mean, it was carried at a store here that actually did a fair bit of low level stuff. They sold hardware, and they even sold software for the color computer, along with TI-99 and VIC-20 and Apple IIs and everything else too. So
Well, it was a giant ego stroke to walk into my local Barnes and Noble and see that my magazine was on the shelf, and I hadn't put it there. But it was a terrible business decision to sell through national distribution to bookstores.
yeah, I guess, and especially in the long run and financially, especially. But in my case, it actually helped because I wouldn't have discovered CCN without that. And then I went back and bought some back issues and stuff too. Like I was young enough, I didn't have a full-time job yet, so I couldn't afford a subscription. But I would pick them up as I could afford them, type thing. So
Yeah, but what you didn't realize, if you'd picked up the phone and called me and said, I can't afford it, we'd have put you on anyway. We gave away.
I would have been too scared to call somebody in the States, or the phone bill would have got my parents throwing me out of the house.
We gave away a fair number of subscriptions to kids.
Yeah, you were very community oriented. I mean, you even go to some of the awards and some of the columns that you mentioned here, how you accepted articles and stuff, which most people would not have accepted handwritten articles that the publisher would have to retype in and then try to debug to make sure they actually worked. That did not happen in other magazines. It was like, you give it a cassette or disc and that's it. Yep. So you were very much a community magazine of hardcore.
Well, we started out as a very small community, and if we all worked together to make it grow, it would grow,
How come you didn't just put the color computer on the front of the magazine? We had plenty of different versions.
Oh, that's coming up, Ron.
We're going to get there.
I mean, at the beginning, you guys just did I think 2 color fronts, and that's cheaper than doing 4 color artwork. So I mean, that's probably part of it was the cost issue, I'm guessing. Yep. There's the actual CoCo 3 cake from PenFest 2000.
Yes, straight from the 35 millimeter archive box of the most photographed CoCo event.
Yeah, it kind of felt like sacrilege to cut the CoCo into pieces and then eat it.
I don't even remember if it was good cake, but it was cake.
Okay.
Next up, we actually showed this one here last month when we did the Dragon Talk special, because we had a whole bunch of people from the UK and Europe on for a mega show of 6 hours talking about Dragon stuff here. And of course, you actually got a Dragon 32 here. Now, the Dragon 64 was sold by Tano, and you were kind of announcing that was happening, but it wasn't out yet. So this is actually a UK Dragon.
There was a UK version that we bought. The most difficult thing in that cover was finding a stuffed dragon. That's taken in this basically the same area as that first picture. But we bought that from a distributor in the UK. It took forever to get here, and the little stuffed dragon took longer to get.
I was going to ask you, what was your opinion of the Dragon? I mean, because basically it addressed some of the problems that CoCo had, like a crappy keyboard, and it had a built-in parallel port. And
it was basically the color computer fixed.
Yeah, that's basically my attitude about it as well. And then you kind of got in the artsy photos of color computers here. So this next one here, which is from August of 1983, and my apologies, the cover's getting kind of worn, so some of the
that's a good sign.
Flake. Oh no, mine are well read. A couple of those are actually have the covers taped on because I used it so much the covers fell off. But so this one you kind of went for sort of an airy, I don't know, like it's almost like dry ice.
It is dry ice. I hired a photographer who came in, and it was a photographer. We hired a photographer, a model, and some other guy who sent me a bill, and I said, "What exactly was it that you did for me?" Well, I was there for creative consulting.
He sent you a bill. That's what he did.
Yeah, that's what he did.
He must have been talking to those lawyers you were referring to earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And all the covers coming up, and probably 200 more that we never used, were all shot in the course of like 4 days.
And this is one of them here, then.
And that's one of them.
And maybe I'm getting ahead, but you mentioned model, and my mind is already going down to the dark side. But there was a period of time where it was very popular to show like women in nightgowns and negligees, like modeling some piece of technology. Did you ever have any of that kind of scantily clad women in adverts?
In the advertising?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking Frank probably.
Yeah, Frank did. We never used it on the cover.
Right.
I went back to the building that I owned at the time. We used. I probably had 10,000 square feet. Most of that was warehouse that sat empty. So they were doing the photo shoot back there, and I went back a couple of times, and the model was not modest.
Okay.
Which I guess would kind of appeal to some of the hardware and software hacker types, I guess.
Yeah, I think that the photographer was using my dime to take some extra shots.
No. And then here's a kind of the sad one, though. It's got a rather bizarre cover. And this is the only time you went to a square bound. You were kind of a open fold up on this point. And there's also the only issue where you went to fully glossy, because most of your CCNs in the later issues here in '83, you would use the more plain, ungloss paper. For most of them, you have a few color bits in the middle and a few color bits on the outside. This was the first and only all gloss one we did, and square bound.
Perfect bound. Yep.
Yeah. So this is
you don't even show it yet. I'm going to predict, because I don't remember. I haven't looked at these in a long time. I think this is the one that I got probably 100 nasty mail about, because they didn't like the model on the cover. Am I at the right one?
If the model is a little bit hairy, yeah.
Yeah. There were a lot of ladies who really didn't like this cover, and as I recall, 2 people canceled their subscription because when they took it out of the mailbox, they were horrified.
Can you guys predict what this is going to look like? I'm going to take a vote from the panel here on this one.
Does
Is it a bearded lady?
What was that, Stevie?
Is Ron Delvaux on the cover?
Is he the bearded lady we're referring to? Yeah. So I will mention that this actually has a later model, CoCo one. You can tell because the Radio Shack thing is moved to the middle of the case. And it's got a Mark Data Products Pro keyboard in it too, which is actually still my favorite keyboard of all time. But here's the model he's referring to.
Oh, the spider on the keyboard. That is very
So what is the story behind this cover?
The story behind the cover is it was going to be a Bugs issue. And it's a funny coincidence. If you follow me on Facebook, and I'm sure none of you do, I just posted yesterday that you shouldn't be killing wolf spiders because of the good things that they do. Spiders and bats should be revered by humans as being our best friends on the planet because they eat all the nasty bugs. And we took the cover. That was actually, we talked earlier about my baby brother. That was actually his pet. We put it on and we snapped the picture, and it molted the next day. And it was going to be an all bugs issue. And in sitting around talking with people, we decided pointing out bugs in Microsoft, in Tandy's software was probably not the best business decision we could make, since we were trying to talk with Tandy about becoming a sponsor of the magazine, not just an advertiser, but a sponsor.
Do you remember the pet tarantula's name off chance?
It had a human name. It was like Kevin or something like that.
It probably wouldn't be Coco.
No, I believe it was Kevin.
Kevin, which actually happens to be my brother's name.
He looks like a Kevin when you look at him there. So yeah.
Yes, he does.
But yeah, I mean, this is where you went and you had like numerous, some full color ads. I'll just show one here. This is Mark Data Products.
And that's why we went to it, because they wanted the front open spread, and they wanted it full color. And so we were able to do the full color cover because basically they were paying for it.
Yeah, here's one of the 2 color ones, which is red and black, basically. Rick Electronics. And some Tom Mix actually doing some grayscale before they got into the full color ads there too. So, unfortunately, that was the last issue. And
it was.
I'm going to show one other thing before we get into the story of the end of it. But you actually, the last 3 months, you actually published a sister magazine, which was devoted to basically Motorola 6800, 6809. Was this including 68000 too? Was that the plan?
Yep.
So it's called Forum 68, and this is the 3rd issue here, which actually is the same month as the last CCN. And I believe this is the last issue of this, because everything kind of capsized at once.
Yep.
And I like that one. It's also square bound, though it's a bit thinner, glossy paper, ads for your own stuff, but lots of ads for stuff like gimmicks and microware. And like I'll show this here because this is actually both of them combined here. So there's microware on the one side, and here's gimmicks with your price list. If you wanted to get a good size gimmicks machine, you'd be spending like $7,998.
Yeah, gimmicks should be on the back cover. They should be on the back cover too.
Oh yeah, that's their full color ad. If you guys want to see what a gimmicks looks like.
It was a very nice computer.
So
Yeah.
on the cover, it looks like they're performing surgery. It looks like, like a
Yes.
surgical gown, and inside the patient is a floppy
Yep.
disk.
So you want to hear the story of the cover?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the cover has absolutely nothing to do with anything 6800 based. Again, Remarkable Software did business software. And earlier in the week, one of my business customers called up and they were having a problem with the software. And I said, well, what I would like you to do is just handwrite a note, take the floppy disk, shove it in an envelope with the handwritten note, mail it to me. Don't email it to me. You can't do that. Mail it to me. The 8-inch floppy arrived in a business size envelope, folded carefully in thirds. So it was destroyed, right? Well, I managed to cut open the case, take the magnetic media out of it, take a good one and slide it into that and recovered all the data. So I did surgery on a 8-inch floppy disk, and that's what was the inspiration for the cover.
Now, is this something that you guys actually took a photo yourself? This wasn't a stock photo. This is something you guys
we
created?
did that. Yeah.
Like, were you using like professional hand models and stuff for this, or was this some of the staff?
No, I think I'm pointing at it. You can't see what I'm pointing at, are you? I think the body facing you, I believe that's me.
So that'd be in the gray. You're right.
Yeah.
So you've actually done open disc surgery.
I have actually done open disc surgery. I recovered a floppy disk that had the note stapled to it at one point, and I recovered one that had been folded in thirds and stuck in a standard business envelope.
Wow, so people actually folded floppies and stapled stuff to them and then send them to you to use.
Yep.
I'm surprised they didn't send it to you in a nice magnetic case. Or did that happen too? I don't know. I
had my son run into the room showing me his brand new horseshoe magnet one day. There was panic throughout the entire office.
I can imagine.
You know, the difficulties we had back then that don't even exist anymore are sometimes mind-blowing.
Yeah, like magnets. I mean,
Yeah,
I remember.
I don't even think about them anymore.
I remember some friends of mine across the street when they first got their first home computer. They actually bought a game disc for their kids or something, and then put it up on the fridge with a magnet to so the kids would find when they got home from school. Didn't work.
No, I actually found a degaussing coil as I was moving. Oh wow, there's a useless piece of tech.
You know what disconcerted me is I got a Windows laptop. It's a real thin one, and it has a flap cover, and it had magnetic strip on it, and it would close with a magnet. And I thought, is this right? Can you do this?
That can't
Evidently.
be right.
No, yeah.
So that comes to the end of CCN and Form 68 for that matter. Now, this is when a whole bunch of things happened at once, and I know some of it you probably don't want to go into great detail about, but some of it I think you probably could. Like you were mentioning weather disasters. Like there's a whole bunch of things that happened at once that kind of just shut the whole thing down. And did you want to talk about that? I did.
The big part is we'd been in discussion with Canoe Magazine about them buying us out. And we were doing a number of things for them at their instruction so that the transition was going to be nice, and it was going to work out very well. And I was being naive because I have this personality flaw. When you look at me and speak to me and look me in the eye, I think you're telling me the truth. And, that's a flaw that still haunts me to this day. And
I think that's more a problem with other people than you, but okay.
Well, so we were doing things specifically to get things ready to go. We were talking with, again, I'm using we where I should be using I. I was talking with Wayne Green about transitioning some other stuff. I was selling off the accounting part of the business at the same time. My soon after that to be ex-wife was upset that we were funneling savings into the business. We had weather disasters and everything came together, and I just could no longer afford to support the magazine. And a lot of it came about because we had if you browse through those magazines, pretty much everybody who's advertising there that's not a full page ad was not paying for their advertising. And so we were operating at a loss all the time and paying salaries. And I just got to the point where I couldn't afford to do it anymore. Color Computer Magazine was suddenly there, and it became obvious they were lying and that wasn't going to happen. And we just couldn't continue.
Yeah, that was sad. I do remember that because a lot of us were expecting the next issue because there was no pre-announcement or anything, obviously. Yeah. Like some magazines, when they know they're winding down, they'll give you a warning, like, this is going to be your last issue, or we're going to sell the mailing list to so and so, and you might get a few issues or whatever type thing.
We gave the mailing list to Wayne Green. You were supposed to get what was it, 80 microcomputing to finish out your subscription. And they mentioned then that they were coming out with hot cocoa, or they just had, and some people were going to get the choice of one or the other. So we made no money on the mailing list, but it was very important that people got something from it. I thought 80 microcomputing was a better choice than some of the other places we could have gone to. And honestly, at that point, I was emotionally drained. I couldn't continue anymore.
Yeah. So that brings up the final question where we can kind of segue into what happened after that. Like, what did you do, in the years following, and then what are you doing now? So, like, I don't know how much of your life story you want to talk about here, but
well, I'm a fairly open book, and if I've surprised people every now and then, somebody will pop up saying, "Oh, I found you." Well, I'm pretty easy to find. If you I Googled myself after I got your list of questions just to see, how hard am I to find? And boy, I'm really easy. In fact, you can find my phone number on the internet.
The first time I looked for you 20 years ago when I started my games website, I was actually trying to get a hold of people from the early days of the CoCo just to do email interviews. So we didn't have all this video stuff. And at that time I tried finding you and I had no luck whatsoever, but that's like 1997 or 8 or something like that. So
yeah. Well, immediately after that, it took me about 6 months to recover emotionally. And I went to work for a small company that they needed an engineer really badly, but what they really needed was ethics. And so as is often the case, it took me a couple of jobs to find one that I would stick with for a while. The first company wanted me to write software for them and make them millionaires. And, I once again, it's another person I disappointed by not making them rich. I finally being like a year later, settled in writing embedded software for folks on 6502 processors. Did that for about 3 years, got a job with a Fortune 100 company as a senior engineer, and eventually spent the last 20 years of my engineering life with a Fortune 500 company being the senior system architect. We did a bunch of interesting stuff with too small a staff, but it was all fun stuff.
Was this when you were doing the Newton? You said you did some of the
I did that was, yeah, I did that as a contracted thing. We did the memory manager for it. I don't know that they ever finally included it. The biggest takeaway from working with Apple is they have the best croissants anywhere.
You didn't have to go back to Cincinnati or something to
no, they were right there and they were amazing.
You're saying you're saying Apple's croissants were better than Lonnie's bagels?
They absolutely were.
Okay.
And they rented all of Disneyland for us for one night, so that was kind of fun. So I did that. Did a lot of engineering for about 45 years ago, and then I think I was 58, I retired because at 56 I contracted a disease called ankylosing spondylitis, which put me in a wheelchair. It was a little tough because I'd been a competitive power lifter for all of my life. If those of you not familiar with powerlifting, I pick up heavy stuff for no apparent reason.
Best description of it ever.
Yeah. So I stuck in a wheelchair and started to do some research and discovered that all of the really amazing medical discoveries being made nowadays being the last 20 years, have not been done by doctors. They've been done by engineers who said, enough's enough. We need to understand what's going on. I opened a gym, realized that gyms are stupid. I don't like to be involved in things that are stupid. I became a board certified health coach. I researched how to put this disease in remission. So on my 60th birthday, I lifted one-handed a 130-pound girl over my head. My 63rd, I rode my bike 100 miles nonstop. On my 64th, I put on a harness and pulled a semi 100 yards, and became really involved in helping people who have diseases that are not getting helped by the American medical system. So as a health coach, what I do is I go to doctor's appointments with people and help them understand what the doctor is trying to tell them and advocate to the doctor for them. I help them with diet and exercise. I own a little company called The Bar and Plate. It's a little play on words because in order to be really healthy, you need to have two things in control: your diet and your exercise, the bar and the plate. I employ other trainers and physical therapists. We work really hard at making people who can't help themselves learn how to help themselves.
Is there a website for that we can plug?
Yep, barandplate.fit.
And you're also a judge in competitions too, aren't you?
I am. Yes. So there's one of my other really proud moments. There are 8 martial referees, powerlifting referees. There are 3 levels of those: national, international, and martial. There are 8 martial referees in the world. I'm one of them. I'm pretty proud of that. I've been an international referee for a long time. Vice president of the American Drug-Free Powerlifting Federation. We follow WADA rules for powerlifting, which is not an Olympic sport. So just every year on my birthday, I try to do something that an old guy with a debilitating disease shouldn't be able to do. Ankylosing spondylitis, if you're not aware of it, you see the little old ladies who are all hunched over? That's the disease. When you're diagnosed, it's usually assumed that you're going to live about 10 to 15 more years. I'm 20 years into it and still competing in powerlifting competitions. We're really good at helping people with metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, obesity, osteoporosis. And we're working with a victim of a gunshot wound right now to get his lower body to work again.
Wow.
So I'm really fascinated with the way the technology can be married with the human body. And as I showed earlier, I constantly wear all kinds of, this is not an ordinary ring. If I can get this off and get it close to the camera, you'll see the ring is full of sensors. On the other hand, on the other wrist, same sort of gizmo. It's monitoring all kinds of stuff in my body all the time. Me, because I'm a nerd with it, and with my clients, it's to figure out what's going on. So we monitor the sensor data and lab tests, and we adjust their diet and their exercise to help them live better lives.
Now, a question that do you do this remotely as well? I mean, especially with COVID, I'm imagining you
Well,
do like for any of our viewers that might be interested in actually doing this.
So the interesting thing for us is when the COVID lockdown came down, we were one of the only fitness people who were ready to go, because I train people in over 60 countries right now. So we transitioned all the in-person people to online people, and we were up and running later the same day. So we have our own apps for diet and exercise. We use Zoom calls for all of these people. So we really specialize in people who have anything that would be considered a part of metabolic syndrome. So if you're taking, so an example, people will come into our center and the first question is always, how's your health? Well, my health is very good. Great. What medications are you on? If you answer with any of them, any medication you routinely take, then your health is not good. I had one just recently. Well, I take 2 blood pressure medications and metformin. Metformin is the drug for type 2 diabetes. Your health is not good. If you're watching COVID the way that we're watching COVID, to date, no one has died of COVID that didn't have underlying metabolic issues. So if you want to, so this is not my statement about whether or not you should be vaccinated. That's up to you. The vaccine is a very viable alternative to getting really sick. It's one of many very viable alternatives. But if you are metabolically healthy, you will probably have fewer problems than if you did nothing other.
Yeah, the comorbidity thing that doctors have
Exactly.
always been talking about.
I just posted in our group, The Economist has a great interactive graph showing your chances of dying or being hospitalized with COVID based on your age and your life conditions. I can send you a link to that. It's very fascinating. To all of us nerds who like pretty graphs and numbers.
Yeah, another observation I'm seeing here is it seems like your present is kind of mirroring or echoing your past, where with the color computer news, you were trying to provide a platform for a certain community. It seems like now with your health coaching, you're kind of doing a similar thing. You're creating a new platform of helping out a different community now. And this is literally life-changing, which is even better. So God bless you to that, and amen.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Because I see it exactly the same way. You know, we were open source before there was open source. And now we're trying to be open source health. And I don't care what country you're in, your healthcare system is a mess because it's not a healthcare system, it's a sick care system. And we're trying to become part of the healthcare system. But thank you. Those are some of the kindest words anybody's said.
Yeah,
Other
you're
than
trying
the
to
lady who
promote
said you
health
saved
as
my
opposed
life.
to try to cure sickness. You don't want to wait till they're sick and then start dealing with it. You want to
Exactly.
deal with it up front.
We have some tests that we can do that will predict your chances of dealing with a metabolic syndrome up to 10 years out. And it's using some artificial intelligence. We didn't develop it, but we have access to it and we use it on a regular basis. And it just like the magazine, you know, I'm really easy to get a hold of. If you want to just talk about your health, I'm delighted to talk to you about it. You don't have to be a customer to get the information.
All right.
Cool. I noticed like Steve had already posted the link in the chat, so it'll be recorded on the
.fit. Yeah, barandplate.fit.
Yeah, and if you go to our Google listing, you'll find that we're updating the pictures. 22% of all gyms failed during 2020. We grew, so we had to move into bigger digs because we changed the emphasis. You know, if we have people come in and say, how much to join your gym? Well, you can't join our gym because we don't have a gym for you to join. We have a training center, and we would like to help you live a better life and live long and healthy. I explain to people, you know, people ask me all the time, well, how old are you? So I'm going to be 105. And they go, what? Oh, good for you. I just figured out what you're showing me.
Yeah, when you said healthy life, yeah.
You're muted.
Your audio's off.
Yeah, that was my live long and prosper, as you were saying.
Yeah, you live long and prosper with your Oura ring.
Yeah.
Is that an Oura on your finger?
It is not actually an Oura ring. It's just a ring a friend of mine made for me. But I'd be interested in an Oura ring though.
I'm wearing the aura on this side and the whoop on this side. If you're choosing only one, you want the aura.
Gotcha.
So anyway, I'm easy to find. I'm happy if you would want to put my email address in your show notes. You're welcome to do that.
Give it to us now. I'll throw it out in the live chat.
It's billsias@gmail.com. BILLSIAS@gmail.com. If you go to the ADFPF website, you'll find my phone number. If you call me, I will ignore you. If you leave a message, I'll call you back.
Cool. Well, and I don't want to cut you short, but we still have a little bit more show to do. So I guess I would just say to the people in the panel and the people in the audience now, and I want to make sure Bill, I want to make sure you got a chance to cover everything else non-CoCo that you wanted to plug that you're doing now. Have we missed anything that you wanted to get out there, any messages or plugs or anything?
The only thing I want to plug is I want you all to be healthy. Get outside, get some vitamin D, eat good food. Exercise is important, especially among those of us that like to spend their time in the chair staring at a screen.
Amen to that. And then on the panel in the audience, do we have any more questions for Bill regarding the past, the present, the future? Yes, Ron.
I got two.
Okay.
First of all, I wondered if you realize what's happened to the CoCo since you left it years ago. You know, all the different things that we've added to it. And then the other thing is maybe come to CoCo Fest and bench lift 100 CoCos.
So the answer to the first one is no, I've not stayed aware. I had to walk away from it. I had to turn my back on it because you got some interesting Tandy stuff laying there.
Yeah.
And I would be happy to come lift some CoCos for you. I'm certain I can do way more than 100 of them.
Cool.
Yeah, they're pretty light.
I just took a random number.
Power lift. Yeah, some of the old CRT. I'm going to be in VCF Midwest next weekend, and there's some big iron there. So maybe a power lift on an old mainframe might be a little more apropos.
Or a monitor. Any CRT tube.
Yeah,
some of those old 20-inch, 60-pound ones. Yeah.
Back in the day. And now I have 4 screens behind you behind the laptop I'm on that probably weigh 5 pounds.
I know, it's ridiculous. Oh man.
Any further questions from the panel or the chat?
And feel free to stay longer if you want, Bill. We don't want to kick you off the show, but I do want to make sure we got a couple more segments to cover too. But definitely appreciate you being here.
Well, thanks for the invitation. I struggled with the decision at first. Curtis will tell you I didn't answer right away. I told him I had to think about it.
I just figured you're busy.
No, it's busy, and that was a fairly traumatic time in my life. The end of it was traumatic.
Yeah.
So I decided, well, what the heck? Let's see. It might be fun. Turns out it was fun.
Yeah. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back here with this show, because this show is really an amalgamation of the community. But I think what we're trying to do here with this show, what I'm observing too, is that the things we're doing here on a weekly basis is, on the one hand, we're celebrating the past and we're talking about history, but I think we are also creating future history, because 20 years from now, people are going to be looking back at what we're doing on this show, talking about the past and the current project, because there is a present for the CoCo and there is a future for the CoCo. So I think we're all a page in a book that hopefully will never close. And so to me, it's most poignant and most relevant to hear about the pioneering piece of this story. And as we move forward, as we talk to the people who are making the new software and the new hardware, we're also kind of documenting the past, the present, and the future. So it's great for us to have a small piece of a pie that you helped create, and
thank you.
The fact that we're all here and this community is still here, and the passion you had 40 years ago still lives. It's alive and well today. Is absolutely amazing,
Well, and I agree, and I get a kick out of the fact that I hire a lot of young people to work for me who are always amazed that I can use my phone more skillfully than they can. And I explain, you guys didn't invent this stuff. We did.
Right.
You're all users of it. You can thank us anytime you want. It's the old guys that did it.
Yeah, I think the people who were in the 80s. I think that was probably the last time where we lived in a time where literally things existed for the first time in history that had never existed before. Because ever since then, it's just been new versions of something.
Yeah,
then,
refinements.
Refinement. So we lived at a time where literally things appeared for the first time in history.
Yep. I used to say that my grandfather lived in the most interesting time because everything changed. I realized I was wrong. I lived in the most interesting time. Everything has happened in my lifetime. I remember supersonic jets.
Moonwalk.
The moon landing, color TV, black and white TV,
the internet,
all that stuff.
Yeah.
Which we're all on right now.
So I'm going to finish with one last thing, and I'm going to kind of hang around, but I got to get caught up on all the messages I got. Every year on my birthday, I do something that a sick old man can't do. My birthday's coming up on the 30th of the month. If you join me on Facebook, I'll let you know what ridiculous thing I'm going to do this year.
Cool.
All right.
I also wanted to give you a personal thanks from me too, because when I started reading CCN, we had some club members in our local club that actually were getting it before I did. But out of all the magazines around the time, my favorite was CCN. I liked Rainbow for advertisements, and I liked Rainbow for game reviews because I was a kid. I mean, I liked doing that stuff too. But all the hardcore stuff, like putting a Model 3 keyboard into a CoCo case, like one of the articles and stuff, and just insane stuff you'd never seen Rainbow. And for a few of us hardcore people, and I can rattle off a bunch of names from back in the time, but thank you so much for having the technical magazine that the hardcore software and hardware people could go to. And I just wish it had lasted longer.
Thank you. Me too.
So I'm going to take it ridiculous things that men your age should not do does not include being on this show.
Well, then I will not be here on my birthday.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for being here, Bill. Thanks for everything you've given us in the past and especially today. Some history.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I enjoyed it.
Likewise. And in the interest of saving time, we're going to skip commercial breaks and we're going to roll into the Game On segment, if that's okay for everybody. Unless, Ron, do you need a potty break?
Yeah, can always use one.
Okay. Well, Ron is our kind of our barometer on that. So if Ron says we need a potty break, we will take a break. So we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with Game On. So we're going to do another musical interlude since you guys heard the I Want Candy. So another little musical track and we'll be back after these words, folks. Potty time.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zaxxon. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum. Dungeons of Daggeroth, color baseball. But none can hold a candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Dodge the furniture, and you'll be a pop star.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts.
We have a minute left till we're back from break, and then I'll
ain't all that Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway.
Sing along if you know the words.
Nightmare Highway.
Yeah, it's even better. Make them up. Fake it till you make it. If you can't find it, grind it.
Nightmare Highway. Yeah.
Nightmare Highway.
28 seconds and counting. I'm going to go into, I'll mention there's a new Coco Thoughts. We'll play Coco Thoughts. We'll get the reaction.
Nightmare Highway.
Good job, L. Curtis. All right, we're just going to go straight into it. Commando, bareback. Do it live.
Coming soon. Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Let's all go catch some popcorn. Let's all go catch some popcorn. Let's all go catch some popcorn on Game On this week. And now, our feature presentation.
Wait a second. Okay, so that was it. Okay, I was a little confused, and I'm also.
I think we are the feature presentation.
Yes. Okay. All right. Samuel Gimes. Good job there, Mr. Gimes. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. So popcorn Game On results. Thank you, Mr. Gimes. And now, let's see what those results were.
High Score Challenge.
Nick Marentes.
All right, and welcome to this week's results. This week we played Popcorn with 20 scores submitted. Exile in Paradise, 11,980. Rich N, 14,960. Bob and Coco, 15,580. Brian Walsh, 17,460. Deb, 19,650. S. Orchard, 20,380. Canadian Retro Things, 23,660. Gary M, 24,150. Mr. Dave, 24,800. Kazman, 26,080. Jim Rye, 26,450. Damon Beals, 27,550. Pedro Pena, 28,270. Tom C, 32,290. Just Mike, 32,730. Rick U, 33,520.
Popcorn, man.
Sleepy Malibu, 34,280. David Craker, 50,940. Buck Owens, 86,960. And the number one score this week belongs to Paul Shoemaker with 110,860. He rolled the score. Thank you to all this week's participants.
Wow, Paul Shoemaker. That's a surprise. Sneaking in there, flipping the scoreboard on popcorn. I didn't think, it's hard to imagine scores of that caliber. We got some dedicated players this week. Far out.
Yeah, that's a pretty amazing score. I didn't get a chance to participate. I finished work literally about 15 minutes after the cutoff. So
you didn't have time while you were microwaving a burrito?
No, I had to skip the burrito and just work. I had a deadline to hit. So I just wanted to thank you to Bill, but there's been a ton of thank yous in the comments too. So I thought maybe I'd just rattle feels up quickly before we get into the discussion of popcorn and strategy. Exile in Paradise says, glad you shared all that. Tim Gilbert is one of the Dragon guys we had on Dragon Talk. That was really interesting, and I've been thinking for a while that we should have more monitoring. Do any of yours do O2, which I believe is oxygen? So I don't know if Bill's still on the call, but if he wants to answer the question about whether the sensors that he's been using actually monitor your oxygen as well in the bloodstream.
Yes.
Okay. So there's your answer, Tim.
I got an email already. I'll respond. A couple of emails already. I'll respond to those yet today.
Okay. Exile in Paradise also says, indeed, you can't really know where you are unless you know where it started. And that's very true. It's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on. So
you also need, yes.
You don't learn from the past unless you know what the past was. Bill, thanks for doing this. Loved hearing your stories. This has been an extremely interesting interview. Thank you, Bill Sias. Freaking fantastic interview. And then there's some comments that Stevie was trying to sing along with the song during the commercial. But anyway.
Forgot that my mic was...
back to popcorn, so...
Yeah, forgot my mic was hot on that one there. But listen, that was the bonus content, hearing me sing on top of... somebody's got to compensate for Bruce's half-assery, so...
Stevie, it takes a song and makes it its own.
Yeah, makes it to where no one wants to hear it.
I think it's better when you're singing along to music that no one can hear. That's even better.
Yeah.
And by bonus content, he means you get internal hemorrhaging for free, basically.
No additional cost to you.
All right, so we're talking about popcorn. A bunch of people played it. Paul Shoemaker flipped it over 100,000. I wish Steve was here today, Steve Bjork, on the program. But I remember in the past, when he's been on, he's mentioned, was that one of the games he actually hand assembled?
It is the last one he hand coded. Like he didn't even have an assembler. He had to literally poke everything in, test it all, write it all on paper.
It's a great game. I know he kind of looks at that one, one of his first games, and he was saying that, one of these days I'll make Zaxxon look like popcorn, just kind of use an analogy saying things can always be better. But popcorn wasn't a crap game. It was a cool game based on Avalanche.
Minimalist, but fun.
Right. But it fit on a 4K cartridge, right? It was a small thing, right? So,
yeah.
I really like the way the gameplay kind of flipped on you. So you started out, it's a paddle, there's stuff dropping, it's vertical. But then it got fast, and you had your wall of paddles, and it's horizontal. You're slapping side to side to hit things. But then you run out of paddles, and it's vertical again. So I got kind of dizzy playing this. You need two different patterns to play it successfully.
Depending on the speed level and how many paddles you have left. That's true. Very true. I wish Paul would have been on here, too, to talk about it, because I've never wrapped it. I've never even come close to wrapping it. So I'm kind of curious what his strategy was to actually accomplish that.
Now, that's surprising that you haven't accomplished something like that.
No, there's only certain games I'm really good at. That's why I usually place maybe top 10, but I'm not first most of the time. So I'm no Buck Owens.
And was popcorn available on the? Because I know a lot of Steve's early stuff were basically just ports of something Bob Bishop had done for the Apple II, like Megabug was one and Micro Painter was another. So did popcorn exist on the Apple II, Mark Overholzer? Do you know, or something like that?
I do not remember seeing it ever.
So this was an original, or an original for the CoCo, obviously inspired by Avalanche. Okay. And I think Audio Spectrum Analyzer he also hand assembled too, right?
Yeah.
Which is an impressive program.
That one's an interesting one too, because some people in modern times who are, like audio engineers and stuff that actually know machine code actually went through it, and they were pretty impressed with the algorithm that came up. It's actually accurate. It's not made up like a lot of other ones were at the time.
Yeah. So good game. Great early cartridge for the CoCo. Tandy TRS-80. Yeah, I think it had the TRS-80 branding on the ROM pack when it first came out. I know when Steve Bjork's been on the past too, he's talked about some of the psychology he put into things too, where the game gets hard, but then if you lose a life, then he kind of dials it back a little bit to let you kind of catch back up to that pace. So it's not like now I'm in murder rapist mode and I die and now it's murder rapist again right off the bat. So it does kind of peel things back and then work its way back
Though
up.
Though it escalates back up quicker than it did before. So it's still
but there's
more
a little bit of forgiveness and compassion in the game logic a little bit, which is a good design concept to try to adhere to.
I have to say, all the game authors I've interviewed in various ways, shapes, and forms over the years here, that him and Ken Kalish, who was actually a column writer for Color Computer News back in the 80s too, both of them really thought about the psychology of the games. Like they really did a lot of pre-planning on that. I don't know a lot of other game authors. They just kind of winged it and hoped the game was good type thing. But they really thought out, how players would react, not just the gameplay itself, but, at a psychology level, how the player would react.
And that cutting back to easy got me, because every time I would get into a zone and I'm catching all the things, and finally I miss one just barely and I die. And then I die again right away because it got easy and I couldn't readapt.
No, because you were expecting a certain pace. You were already in the reaction zone of the before, and then the after was now.
It's too easy. Yeah. I can't do this.
Yeah.
It's like driving on a highway. You're driving on the highway at 75 miles an hour. Then you have to suddenly slow down for a city, and everything just feels like it's crawling.
Yeah.
So that's unlike a Nick Marentes game where it's just hard from the start.
Crikey.
You want hard, Jason? Play some of the Dragon games. Those the whole European gaming mentality.
Oh, the pixel perfect. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
All right, well, in the interest of saving time, if we don't have a lot of tips and tricks and commentary, we'll just try to keep moving because we got a lot of show to squeeze in.
Yep. So I've got queued up the game that Nick told me in the message, because Nick wasn't able to make it. He's not feeling well today, of what the game is next week. Unfortunately, I don't do the whole surprise thing here. So you
want to share screen? Since you're not currently sharing screen, this will be a reveal. So drum roll, everybody. This is next week's game of the week.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Get ready.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, the Tut's Tomb. This was requested, I think, a week or so ago. I think it was David Craker that had asked for this. Mark Data Products.
And yes, it was David Craker and Terry Steen both requested it.
Yeah. This is the same guy who made Shock Trooper, right? Rob
Yep,
Shaw?
this is his earlier one.
Yeah. So based on Tutankhamun in the arcade, it does not scroll, though. It's a page flipper where it switches from one screen to the next. You can only shoot left and right. You have 4 directional movement, but you can only shoot left and right, just like in Tutankhamun. Plays very much like Tutankhamun, the arcade game.
Yep. You have to gather keys, unlock the locks to get into the next set of chambers. I've got a few screens here, kind of leveling, giving you some of the levels and stuff here, but not the complete game by far. There's a lot more to it.
Neat.
And music in it. He's got some 4-voice music in it too.
Is there only one set of screens? Because your page here just shows like this map here, and then there's the finish line. Where does it just keep flipping the levels then and just getting new prizes at the end?
Yeah, I mean, basically the way I've got it set up here, the top 4 screens are kind of merged together to show you what the layout of the level is, and then the one below that is what the prize was when you finish that level. And then I started doing a few screenshots from the second level, but I just never bothered getting past that.
Never mind. Yeah. Okay. King Tut. Right. Born in Babylonia, got a Congo made of stona. King Tut.
I will mention to the author here, Rob Shaw, one of the co-authors of this one. He actually has released his stuff to shareware legally, so that don't feel guilty about going and grabbing a copy of it from wherever. All of his stuff's been released. So thanks to a lot of those software authors that have actually done that. We've covered a few of their games here in the past.
All right, that's the game next week. Get your joysticks out and start shooting. Now you notice here, there are bats, and we've already been told by Bill that bats are actually creatures to be revered because they eat the harmful bugs. So maybe try to go easy on the bats, but get the snakes. All right, well, let's keep the show moving, Curtis. So now you're going to just roll us right into Game On News.
Yep, that's what I shall do.
Get your tabs here. Okay, and what the hell is this?
So Antonio Carlos Jimenez.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Coco Pie stuff. Yes.
Yeah, so he played Glen Hewlett's new Joust transcode, the transcode, the actual official arcade game, but he did it with a twist. He is playing it on his Coco Pi, which is a Pi 400, but he's doing this through remote desktops. Who's actually the Pi is in a different room type thing, and he's remoting all the controls and the screen and everything else, and playing it remotely. Basically inceptionizing it.
A lot of chatter going on in the Coco-Pi Facebook channel this week. Yeah, this was one of those hold my beers. Is it possible? Well, hold my beer. Let me go find out. Right, and
so I'll play a little bit of it here, but
fast forward. Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, yeah, and actually the frame rate seems okay.
I know this is something Microsoft had pushed. They were trying to do remote gaming for a while, with modern machines here. For Coco style.
That's not terrible for being a remote desktop connection on something that's trying to do either in between 30 to 60 frames per second. To have it actually be playable at all. That's impressive. All right.
Now he did mention there's a little bit of lag, but he said it's not too bad. It's actually playable. So
yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so that's cool. Thank you, Tony Jimenez. Been a lot of this chatter, and I do want to chime in on this when we get to the Coco Pi section of things. There's been a lot of people talking about wanting to do basic development and how to share source code. So I'll have some, a thing to drop on that topic. But go ahead with this, Curtis.
Okay, so this actually turned into a multi-part story later on in the week. So Deborah Maxwell did this, basically converted a game called Missile, which was originally for the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3. And converted to the Coco. And of course, the semi-graphics are different shapes. There's a 2x3 grid, black and white on the Model 1 and 3. It's a 2x2 color one on the Coco. So I kind of converted it over. And it's a fairly simple basic game. I mean, it's not kind of earth-shattering type thing, but it's a cool little game. And you're firing up missiles trying to hit the shape as it goes.
You get 3 chances to try to shoot the thing before it
So,
gets
of course,
across.
Jim Gerrie, within minutes.
Speaking of hold my beer.
Decided to convert it for the MC10. Okay. So here it's playing on the MC10.
Hold my beer. All right, so pew, pew. All right, we got 1 miss.
And then this, going back to the early 80s, as a kid, this is the type of games I would write. I didn't have the extended basic and 16K for high res. So This is what you kind of learn programming with, was trying to do
Sure.
these types of things.
Yeah.
Because your mom wouldn't give you that many quarters to go to the arcade.
Jim Gerrie.
And then, of course, Jim Gerrie, last week we mentioned he was doing a conversion of FreeCell, and he's completed it. So that one's available for download off his website, too. And he's actually got it running on the online MC10 emulator here. Fast forward a little bit here. Now, of course, with the low-res graphics here, you can't really draw the cards properly like, say, the Windows FreeCell does, but the game's playable. You can specify where you want to move stuff around, etc.
Yeah, cool stuff.
As we've noted many times before, Jim's a machine.
He is, and Jim Gerrie's software is also downloadable on the Cocoa Pi project from a Git update. So you can always get the latest updates there. And now
one thing I was going to mention in the regular news too, but I might as well, kind of announce here. I think most people already know this anyway. Septandy's returned for the 3rd or 4th year in a row now.
Yeah.
Which is basically a whole bunch of YouTubers will get together, and anything having to do with Tandy. It doesn't even have to be computer related. It could be CB radios or whatever else, ham radios, anything Tandy was involved with over the years. So of course, last year we had a ton of Coco content. And it looks to be the same this year. So the first year is a couple games that Alison Deneau did. And some of those she wrote last year. There's one that she actually started 40 years ago, got it about 75% done, then kind of lost the tape in the annals of, desks and drawers and stuff, and then rediscovered it and then finished it up. So it's actually completed. And,
over DriveWire, no less at this point.
Yeah. So this is the one she actually picked up from starting it 40 years ago.
Welcome once more to Septandy. My name's Alison Deneau, and this is yet again one of my CoCo games. I've moved over to the CoCo 2, which I've Snyderized with a nice, composite mod. Thank you, Ed Snyder. And
shameful product placement.
LCD, unfortunately, instead of a CRT, but it's pretty nice looking. LCD,
Right, fast forward a little bit so we can get to the game.
Yeah. Now, she said this is the first long-form game she ever attempted back in the day, and then she didn't quite get it done.
Okay.
She finished it now, so.
So we have an 18. That is a solid stand. Hit S. Boom.
Boom.
All right. We have a 17. That is also a solid stand. Now, here's where it gets tricky. We can hit standard double on this because it's a 10.
Double down.
Doubling is a thing.
Double down.
Let's see. With 10 showing, if I get an ace, then it's
You got 21.
so
That's
sweet.
an instant grand slam. Just like the breakfast.
Let's see. I'm going to double.
Double down. Boom.
Look at that. 20. All right. Push, win, lose. Or push, lose, win.
That's cool.
Anyway.
And
Anyway, I'll let you guys go check the rest of the video out yourself, or even download a copy of it. I believe she's uploaded it to Facebook. So.
Thank you, Allison. Good to see you back in the saddle, writing software.
And this is the second one, your Jump Ship, which is a high-res extended game that is a turn-based space flying game that she wrote in 2020. And this is one she entered in one of those basic programming contests. Okay. So I think we played a bit for it.
Green is only
a teeny bit of it.
I don't know, 100 units or so, but the maybe a little less. But the field that the screen is part of is about 500 units. So,
Okay, so it's a bigger grid than what you see. You kind of pan through it.
Yeah.
All right.
And what is the strategy here?
Item.
Oh, I like the rotation of that. That looks pretty good.
Return 4.
The object, if it reads the description at the bottom
huh?
here, the object is fly to teleport actually around and collect fuel cells and return them one by one to your home base. Which is that black
Oh, so you're kind of jumping to coordinates to see if there's a fuel cell in that grid.
Yeah. I mean, once again, I'll let you guys play that. I know we've had a fairly long show. I've got a lot of regular news to cover today. So
Another good release there, Allison. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's a ton of Septandy stuff already starting. Even some CoCo stuff, and some stuff even pre-scheduled already. This is, of course, our friend Cuthbert Dragon on YouTube has been playing dragon-based games, which, of course, is the cousin of the CoCo, and on Real Hardware, and has added a bunch. And most of these we've seen before. A lot of them are the ports from the CoCo, of course, having to use P-Mode 3 4-color graphics because the artifacting didn't work. There's a couple that I had not seen before here. Waxworks is kind of an adventure game, standard one with some built-in scroll protection and stuff. And then there's a basic game called St. George and the Dragons, which is kind of an odd one, so I thought I'd show a little bit of that.
St. George, what was he known for? The patron saint of... Oh, that's a neat screen there. Kind of almost looks like the old kind of wizardry tiles type stuff there. Okay, probably done in BASIC just based on the click and
Yeah, it is
kind
BASIC.
of copying and pasting of the images on the screen. But no, that's pretty good. Got the dragon.
Yeah, breathing fire. The
so
human
the
action
dragon can't cross the
walks
water,
over.
or can it? So you need to get over there and do the King Arthur put your sword in the stone thing before the dragon gets you. I'm not sure what that box is.
And the dragon people in the audience who might have played this before can explain it because I don't know what the rules are for this game.
Okay. And at the sake of being rude, we're going to keep on moving, though. So,
yeah.
But thank you, Curtis, and thank you, everybody. Sorry, I got to be the time Nazi today. I remember this guy.
Yeah. So this is Old School Games and Stories, and he does a playthrough of Canyon Climber. Now, he did not realize that this was actually on other platforms. He thought it was a uniquely CoCo game. And this is one that was done by, I think, James Gerrie and Steve Bjork. And this one actually originated on the CoCo and then got ported to the Atari, the Apple II, and some others after the fact.
didn't
So it's one of
realize
the
that.
ones that went the other way. So...
Because it was on the Atari 8-bit and the Apple II at minimum.
Yeah, and the PC 6001, I think, too, which is a NEC
yeah, that was
basically.
the Japanese one, NEC something.
That's one of the better ones. It's got that cool effect where he changes the graphics modes to make
Yeah,
the
the
screen
screen
shake up
kind
and
of
down. And
shakes and shudders.
yeah. So anyway, that's it's a pretty good walkthrough of that one. He doesn't quite make it through the final third stage, but. And that's all I had for Game On news this week. So that was a quickie.
Well, then we're going to just roll into, well, then what we're going to do, so what right now it is almost 4. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes because I do want to put a heart out at 5 o'clock today because I have a starving family that's going to be waiting on me. So how about we do project updates and acquisitions, and then
and I'll save the rest of the news for
and
the
then
end.
time permitting, we'll squeeze as much news in before we run out of that last hour. So we're going to go ahead and do updates and acquisitions. That's kind of where we are right now. And so I think Rick Uland, you mentioned you had something to show and tell today. Do you want to start us off?
Well, not a heck of a lot, but I've decided to make my hobby pay its way. So we have a new website, which is computerconnect.com, 1M.
Okay. You want to pull it up?
through that?
You want to screen share and pull that up, or just
let's see.
So COMPUTERCONECT.com, 1N. Is that what you said?
Yeah, let's see if I can do the desktop switch
Okay.
thing
Yes,
correctly.
I see you. I see your desktop.
Am I there? Oh, well,
see
there's my script. So you know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, this is the Computer Connect part is the site. There's my email.
Okay, Rick at computerconnect.com. Is that the site there on the CM8?
Yeah, there it is.
That's the web. That's very period correct right there.
It's a work in progress, shall we say. Let's see. There's not very much on it right now. I'm actually going to stop the share because I have handheld things. In fact, it's a bunch of old Connect stock. So if you want really period correct, hardware or software rather, it's there at eBay prices, but you can use CoCoTALK to get 15% off of that.
Oh, you have an
discount
offer code?
CoCoTALK.
Ooh.
With no ends in that one.
All uppercase?
I figured the CoCoTALK offer code would make it cost more.
That's right.
Right.
Is there a mixed case on the CoCoTALK, or can they spell it any way they want?
Well, no, I think it's all capital. I don't know. This is a new Shopify site. I have no idea how it works.
All right.
The only new hardware we have are these. Dun, dun, dun,
Is that a
which are Craft Deluxe joysticks.
That's clean. Is that new stock?
New. Yes, new old stock. In fact, you might recognize them as originally looking like this.
IBM PC Junior. Yeah, you wrote an article about this for the newsletter.
But I found a quantity of them, and so you can now buy them with CoCo connectors.
Ah, so you've already modified them.
Yes, it's ready to go. Tested to make sure it doesn't have that annoying, you can't flip the free thing because the plastic's too rough fixed.
Yeah.
And
I know we've got 3D printed parts now for fixing some of those little internals too, so you might be able to repair some other ones too.
But so here are new ones. that haven't been clicked but once to test them.
They still have that new controller smell.
They still have that new controller smell, and they still have the cord tied up in a little knot as it came, other than the end. Yeah, so, that's fun.
What badge is on the front of the joystick?
I took the badge off. It had a PC Junior joystick. Now
okay.
It don't need no stinking badges.
It don't need no stinking badge. But if someone that wasn't me wanted to print a deluxe joystick badge and stick it on the front, it would look just like new stock candy. I'm also, working on all my other projects. So even if I can't get the stupid serial port, I'm going to get CoCo out in one form or another. So
I was going to ask you, Rick, have you been following Jeff and me on Discord? Because we've been.
Yes, I've been contributing to that.
Because we've actually he managed to get 1200 baud working as a quick test with some patches to the existing driver that you had, which I'm currently in the middle of assembling. Now, actually, I've got the long weekend off, so I'm going to be trying to finish that up, and then we're hopefully getting that working both with yours and with Ed Snyder's Mega Mini MPI.
I'm going to have to go there because the new TI 16550 does not work with the old National driver, and hopefully that's just a quirk of the old driver. So anyway, we'll have to see how that goes, and within the next weeks I'll have the key fix, and I've made a hard drive adapter for the old Tandy drive cases if anyone ever got the odd urge to connect them to a color computer.
Wow, been busy.
And more to come. Well, I've been busy for a long time. It's just with the chip shortage and et cetera, nothing is available ever to come to market. And I'm just now, I've been waiting a month and a half for a stupid IDC connector for the hard drive adapter, for instance. I can't get the right chips for the stupid keyboard fixer. Oh, if I didn't mention that, that's coming too. But the chips I can get click. The idea was to make a keyboard fix that didn't change the CoCo in any way. And I'm almost there, except it clicks.
Okay.
So I'm still looking for switches that don't click. But anyway, hit the website occasionally, and hopefully cool things will appear soon.
ComputerConnect.com.
I like the fact you used the Connect name, which you actually was your old company too. So
yeah, I couldn't get any shorter than that and still get a .com. So in fact, I had to try a whole lot of combinations to find a .com because I didn't want to be a .weird or whatever else you can get. And anyway.
All right, Rick, thanks for that. Thanks for sharing. Someone else had something to talk about. I don't remember who. Who else?
I have something also. So whenever.
All right. Well, I heard Nick Marentes first, so we will go.
Well, he's distinct, so how could you not?
Right. So, am I going to spotlight you, Nick? Are you going to show something?
Well, I've just got a picture. I'll throw up a picture. Hang on.
Okay.
And you can do whatever you want.
All right. Let me spotlight you real quick. I can't spotlight you until you show a video.
Okay. So how's that video?
Hold on one second. Let me spotlight you, and I got to find it. All right, you are spotlighting. Oh, homebrew gaming in the beginning.
Bit of a tough angle, but remember a couple of weeks or months ago we said that there's a book coming out, and they've mentioned me in it.
Yeah.
This is the book. It's now been printed, and it features on the cover a graph sheet of my donut dilemma.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
So that's one of the Tandy, what do you call them? Whatever you call this.
Yeah,
graph
the graph sheet. Yeah, the plotting. Yeah,
that
the plotting
they
sheet,
decided, plotting sheet that they decided to use for the cover.
Wow.
So the book is out, and it's called Homebrew Gaming and the Beginnings of Vernacular Digitality. So
you can tell this is written by a professor.
Well, that's the thing. This isn't the sort of book you'd buy. It's not full of color pictures and doesn't show pictures of games or anything like that. It's very much a very academic book. It's written by a professor, historian who has several books about the video game industry, and it talks a lot about the culture of homebrew gaming, how it started. In interviews several people who were around at the time to see, why they did it, how they did it, and where they are today, and all this. It's very detailed. It's about over 200 pages.
Wow. She needs to do a sequel on setting up your own home, magazines and stuff too, I think.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. So a lot of text to read through, and the pages are nice, new and slippery. So there's a lot of text. It's not just a glossy. I'm trying to find. There's even featured my.
There are some pictures. There's your gate crashers.
There's my gate crasher. So I do actually have a very prominent, several prominent chapters in the book, where apparently I am a case study.
You definitely are a case.
A lot of people say that.
This is a first psychology class or something, isn't it?
That's right. Most of them are doctors and psychologists that say that, but this is a professor. He's a case study, all right. But so there's no technical in there. It doesn't really go into any detail about the games themselves. It goes into the culture of the homebrew industry. But it does go into a little bit of technical about my stuff, which it's just mainly gleaned from my websites. But it covers.
But she did interview you. What was it, like 8 years ago? On
I was interviewed 8 years ago for this. So this book's been in development for a long time.
You have updated her to let you know you have several Ferraris now from your software sales.
I haven't as yet. But it's mainly focused on the Australian, New Zealand markets or computer industries or whatever. Whereas, which is pretty unique for down here, because most books about this are from the US. So this is done about talking about the Australian industry, interviews Australian developers. There's a little bit there about the author.
So all your neighbors are in this book.
Yeah. So it's not a bad book. It's a little bit more cerebral than most video game books, but it's out. I've got the hardbound cover version, but there is also a Kindle version available on her website, which I'll send the link to the website. I get it from Amazon, so Mark will upload it at the end of the show.
Okay.
For anyone who wants to get into some cerebral reading, that's it there.
There we go. And that's the word that comes to mind when you think Nick Marentes. Cerebral is one of those words that immediately pops into your head. So
for me, it was always vernacular digitality. That's what
vernacular,
I think.
It sounds almost rude, but anyway,
it almost sounds borderline obscene. Vernacular,
it does.
Digitality. Right. So.
Well, when I first heard it, I thought, "Oh my God, I'm in a porno book." Until I looked up what vernacular digitality really is. All right, it's not about a disease then.
Very cool. Jason, the Coco Man Reichert, did you say you had an update? Jason, you still with us?
I put him to sleep.
Yes, I'm here. I was on the phone. Let me turn my video back on. There it is. There we go. I've been gone. Got my Mark Overhoser hat.
Took his vernacular digitality off.
You're a little hot.
You're kind of a little hot.
Mike's hot.
Why am I always a little hot? I keep turning this thing down, and I'm always a little hot. I don't know why. It's like down all the way. So anyway, been doing some of the amusement park trips, and luckily I happened to find out that there was going to be a CoCo for sale on Facebook Marketplace of all places. I talked to the guy. He didn't want to ship it, so it was actually near a theme park I was going to in a couple weeks, and he was nice enough to go ahead and hold it for me. And what I ended up with was I ended up with an FD501.
Nice.
Nice shape. I haven't had a chance to test it. It probably works. If not, I'm sure I can get someone like David Ladd to fix it.
Just beat it with a hammer and knock some sense into it. Yeah.
Oh yes, and then I also got in this bundle a Black Beauty joystick. Ooh, right?
Tandy model. Okay.
Yes, Tandy. One, not two, just one.
Uh-huh.
And then I also picked up in this bundle a CoCo 3.
Oh my goodness.
A CoCo 3, and stock. I think it's just stock 128K. No mods, but this does work. It's tested working. And then also that bundle, I also had another CoCo 3.
Double nice.
Another CoCo 3. This one's in a little bit better shape. I think that really nice badge. I thought one of these badges maybe still had the plastic on it, but maybe not. And the best part of this whole deal is
what's better than two CoCo 3s?
It's two CoCo 3s, an FD501, and a Black Beauty joystick. The best part of this thing is the guy didn't want to ship it. He's like, I don't want to deal with shipping, and I don't want to put on eBay. I know what they're going for. Give me $200 and it's all yours.
Wow.
Wow. So after a day, all day at the theme park, I just stopped by the guy's house and picked it up.
Wow.
I mean, that's sort of the price for a single CoCo 3 by itself these days.
I'll give you $250 cash for all of that.
Well, I just made $50, huh? One heck of a deal. I couldn't pass that. It's I'm never going to surpass the $5 CoCo 3 at VCF in 2019 that had the soap powder in it, but this is pretty darn close.
Pretty darn close.
Yeah, just so Bill's aware, the prices of used CoCo machines has actually been skyrocketing the last year or two to the point where CoCo 3s are going for $300 to $400 more than they cost brand new back in the day. And it's become like a flippers market. You can actually invest in CoCo 3s and make money on it. So
CoCo 3 has become the white whale.
And CoCo 3 and Bitcoin.
And if you ever find a monitor, it'll look like that one back there with no cover.
Right.
Oh yeah, the door. I have a door somewhere. It fell off, and I believe I bought a monitor from Eric Canales, but he had bought at the last CoCo Fest that we had, and he had bought one just for the door. So I bought one sans door as a spare.
I think that was one of the questions in the live chat when you were showing off that CM8 cake from PenFest 2000. They were asking, did the CM8 have a door on it?
I ate it.
Ron ate the door.
Right.
Who else had an update on acquisition today? Anyone? Bueller?
Actually, I did want to ask Bill a question since he's actually still here.
Yeah.
Were you aware of the CoCo 3 when it came out? Because I know you were really a fan of the gimmicks running OSINE level 2, the big iron type stuff. And the CoCo 3, of course, supported OSINE level 2 and actually added a whole windowing system to it. And I was wondering if you had any familiarity with that, or did you kind of have that in the background?
I was aware of it, but did nothing about it.
Okay, because I know Frank, that was one of the things. Like he did OS9 Forbidden. He kind of went, on a CoCo 1, it's kind of too limiting. He went back to Flex for a while. But when the CoCo 3 came out, he went, pardon the expression, whole hog into supporting the CoCo 3 and OSINE level 2. Yeah, exactly. Because when you got the windowing system, especially with 512K, he said this is the machine that we needed, because this actually had some features that were more advanced than the gimmicks, namely the whole graphical and the windowing system. You could just switch virtual terminals just by hitting a key instantly. So.
I don't think you have to apologize to that, because at one point when I was out at Frank's place, we drove by his dad's house, accidentally drove by his dad's house, and on the front above the porch were two pigs dancing. So
cool stuff. Anyone else for project updates and acquisition? Because we do want to keep it moving because we still have news to get through too. I have a few things to show and tell. I'll save myself for last. But anyone else? Final call for.
I don't know if this is the place to inject this or not, but I'm working on a project I'd like to discuss.
Sure, go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I'm into receiving weather facts on the color computer.
Rondelvo was excited.
I recently acquired a satellite dish that I can supposedly receive it directly off the satellite. Still working on that. But one of the things that I've offshoot from that is I'm looking for a controller. I would like to get a controller that hooks into the color computer that will actually position the satellite dish. Any thoughts on that?
Well,
So like a relay board?
Yes. Something that maybe has feedback where you can actually put in the azimuth of where the satellites are and get the feedback enough through the color computer that you can see it on the screen.
My first guess would be that the Raspberry Pi folks probably have a project with some relay boards and stuff that could be a good start.
Well, I've been looking at those, but I was hoping for something color computer based.
well, you know what I did back in the day? I had an 8-foot dish, and I put a Black Beauty out at the dish with a stick on it, and the stick was taped to the handle. And then I wrote a program that would label all the different satellites and tell me, see, I couldn't see the dish from my basement. You know, it was out of range. So I ran a wire all the way out from my color computer to the dish. And I programmed it so that when the dish moved, it would move the Black Beauty back and forth. And if it went too far, I would wind up with the dish sticking, and you know, the actuator would stick, and I would have to go out there and move it to get it back going again. So with this program and the labeling, I was able to see exactly where it was and never had it stick because I knew where the end was. But it was very crude and probably similar to what you're wanting to do, but
yeah, like in this case here, you're not controlling it. The CoCo's not controlling it, but the CoCo's
No.
able to read where it is.
right. So the controller was analog, you know, on the
Right.
tuner.
So you basically had a potentiometer reading that was in tune with the direction the dish was facing. You could just read that value and know which way you were going.
Nice approach.
That's clever,
it was-
Ron.
Yeah, it was something.
Somebody should
What-
write a book about you, Ron. Nick Marentes guys got nothing on that.
I'm like Bill in that I never really played the games. I love fooling around with stuff like that, and you know, and drawing and typing
Yeah.
out things.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I know Colorware used to sell a ton of controller boards that did stuff like this for controlling motors and things. So I don't know if any of those are still kicking around. I'm sure Brian
who's
Weasel's
that?
got half a dozen.
Color.
Who was that?
Colorware back in the 80s, their Alpha Products, I think, was their division for the hardware stuff. And they did a lot of, they had a whole full page add-on boards for all kinds of stuff.
Doug, are you on Discord?
Yes, but I don't get on there very much. I
Yeah.
have logged into it.
I would throw that question out probably in the hardware general channel, but Karen Anscombe 60 is saying you might, when you're looking for an RS2 based controller, and then you could probably get the CoCo to talk to that.
Okay.
And then if you throw that out on the Discord channel, there's some people there that could probably throw some suggestions your way. I'm sure about that.
You could do RS-232 with like a Coco or a Pi, a Raspberry Pi also, and then
Yeah, but
leverage that.
he's wanting to do it on the actual CoCo. So,
Right.
but yeah, so there's listen. We live in a time where very few things aren't possible. So, cool. All right, so we have a call. We have a call for direction there from Doug on getting the CoCo to do some actual controlling, and those folks who got some. What's your handle on Discord, Doug? You're muted.
MPC Wizard.
MPC Wizard.
Spelled
So-
with two Z's.
With two Z's. So look for MPZ Wizard on Discord and shoot him some suggestions if you guys got them. Shoot him if you got them. All right. Last call for updates, acquisitions, show and tells. Going once, going twice. I got just something to. I got two things to show off real quick, and then we'll move on to the news. So let me spotlight myself. And so this is going to be a 2-for-1 show and tell, because number one, I am showing you that I have now switched to the iPhone. I've switched to the dark side. I have my first ever iPhone that I've never owned before. And on this iPhone, I have our guest from last week, Glenn Dahlgren. I have his audiobook, Child of Chaos. I've also ordered all of the packages that he had for sale on his website with our promo code last week to get 15% off. So I got the hard copy of the new one and the hard copy of the old one, blah, 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 blah. And then also, at the same time...
you spent $1,000 on that phone?
I don't know what it's easy low monthly payments, right? And then I've also got now the Raspberry Pi 400 that I am now using to do my Cocoa Pi project on. And so when everybody's asking the question, does the Cocoa Pi work on the Pi 400? I can tell you personally, yes, it does, because I've recorded now 11 videos of the Cocoa Pi running on the Pi 400. So does it run? Yes, it do. So that's my updates and acquisitions, keeping it short and sweet. We're going to keep moving along. Last call for updates and acquisitions before we move on to more news. Anyone? Bueller? No? All right, so L. Curtis Boyle, we're going to skip the intro and just go straight to the scene. But we're now going to be talking about Snoozy Newsy, Michael Furman's favorite part of the show. And we have just under an hour. So pick your poisons.
Hit the ground running is what you want me to do?
Hit the ground running and start newsing us. Fill our mind with news, Curtis.
First of all, we're talking about Glenn Dahlgren and the books you purchased here. So this was actually a pretty cool thing. After CoCoTALK, and he promoted that he was giving away the electronic version for free of his first novel for a little bit there, and it actually won the gold medal on Amazon's Young Adult Fantasy Epic category as a reader's choice.
Wow,
it's never happened for him before. So he's, as he said, he's still processing it here. So it's actually a real contest, and he actually, right afterwards, too, when the book went for free, and he was, remember during the show, he was kind of questioning, whether this would work or not as a promotional tool. He actually went to the top of the sales charts on 3 different categories for fantasy fiction. So I think it definitely did work. So I just want to give him a big shout out for that, that he actually got the Gold Reader's Choice Award. I also wanted to mention, too, of course, that it's a SEP Tandy. So anybody who wants to submit videos to YouTube, this is kind of a YouTube phenomenon. Anything Tandy related can be Model 100s, Tandy 1000s, TRS-80s, CoCos, whatever. Put a video related to that during the month of September on YouTube, and then use the hashtag SEP Tandy. And people will be searching for that, and I'll be getting some news stories. Some people have already been submitting, plus we sold Allison had already done some stuff as well. And I'm assuming that Jim Gerrie and some of the others will be doing this in addition as well. And then you can speak a bit to this, Stevie. So there's been a ton of updates coming on the Cocoa Pi project here. This is the main website.
Why don't we get through the rest of the news, or more news?
You want to save that for last?
Yeah, save that, because I don't know how long I don't want to suck up the time. So.
Okay.
But just suffice it to say, the Cocoa Pi is out. And
here's all your videos that you've been doing. So we'll come back to that.
There's a new image, and yes, this image runs on a Pi 400. It runs on a Pi 3, a Pi 4, a Pi 400, and that is all thanks to the genius of Ron Klein. So it's out, it works, and I'm going to be doing a series of very small, easy to watch, easy to follow videos on specific things. So rather than it being a big hour-and-a-half long video on how to do everything at the Pi, I'm going to do little mini docu-series. So next article, Curtis.
Yeah. Now, some of these are linked to the Cocoa Pi because Ron's actually including these updates. These are projects by other people that he's been putting on. So, for example, Karen here has done a new version of X4 that actually will do a lot of Coco 3 stuff, including playing Joust, as an example. And there's multiple parts of this story. So he's released a new, kind of a testing version of X4 that with Coco 3 support. And then he's also put an online version so you can try it in a browser. It's also now a downloadable thing on the Cocoa Pi itself. So I'm sure he's looking for feedback, etc. It's I don't think he, last time I checked, I don't think he had RGB support, so he had to play composite as it currently stands.
There might be an update to that. As Karen updates it, Ron updates the Cocoa Pi Git repo, so you can update the Cocoa Pi almost as frequently as Karen's updating this experimental Coco 3 support.
Okay. So there's a ton of stuff. Like if you're getting the Cocoa Pi, there's been updates from Ron himself. There's been updates from Tim Linder, which we'll get to in a second, where there's been updates from Karen. So it's just a constantly moving target. In fact, I think Ron himself said he might have to do updates more often. This one here is kind of a follow-up. So if you remember, Roberto Fernandez was one of our guests on Dragon Talk, and he had that really cool disk editing utility and stuff. Well, he actually posted the link on the Dragon Facebook group here where to get all the stuff he's been working on that's Dragon related. So he's got not only his tools for actually accessing the drives and cassette interface stuff. He's also got a NES Semigraphics 24 editor in here. He's got a utility to translate tokenized BASIC files to text-based, the ASCII mode BASIC files, and then he's got some stuff that he's done for the Acorn, BBC Micro, and the Electron computers too. So all those projects are here. So this is a link to his GitHub. And I know we were pretty impressed with his disk editor too, which I've got some Coco equivalents of that going on as well.
Thank you, Roberto.
This here is a quick video demo, and is Tim still on the call? Because he can kind of talk about what's going on here if he wants to.
Yeah, I was testing out some of Extended Color Basic, and I wanted to test out the draw command. And of course, the hidden feature of the draw command where you can use numeric variables inside your drawstring. And it created a little Jackson Pollack. You may want to skip to the end. It created a little Jackson Pollack creator.
So this was basically your way of testing the Extended Basic commands and just making sure the various graphics commands and stuff are working?
Yep.
And this, we would leave you, what, about 46K free memory?
Yep. Some insane amount of RAM.
And you've got the disk version working now too. That was actually part of what I want to talk about as well, is that you've got basically Extended Basic, Color Basic, and Disk Basic are all pretty well working at this point.
Yep. And depending on how much free RAM you want, you load up the one that you need.
Yeah, so if you wanted to make like a 50K text adventure game, you could do that. Just tell it to boot in Color Basic and it'll shut everything else down for you.
Yeah.
Now, are you working on CoCo 3 support at this point too?
No, I'm still going to try to make these 3 basics smaller before I move on to the CoCo 3.
Okay. And this is your GitHub here. So we've got a nice picture. You ran the Color Basic version of it, and you've got 55,505 bytes free for Basic, which is insane. I do remember there was a commercial program called 40K back in the day that actually did shift the, I think the extended ROM up past the Disk Basic ROM, so you could free up 8K.
At the bottom of that page, I have a little graphic showing what I'm doing with the memory map.
Yeah, so here on the right-hand side is the original memory map as the ROMs are done. So you'd buy a CoCo 4K and you'd get Color Basic stuck right in the middle here. And then they added Extended Basic before that. And then they had the cartridge memory, which is normally the disk controller, and then they'd usually have about 8K free, would be at the end. So it was kind of like all over the place. And then basically the first 32K, you had access to most of it. What you've done is taken all these and amalgamated them all at the end.
It's almost like defragging a hard drive.
Yeah, kind of. And just freeing up all the RAM contiguously. So Color Basic, you get 55K. Extended Basic, you get 47 or whatever, maybe less for the graphics screen enabled disk. You'd lose another 8K off that, or 6.5K.
Mm-hmm.
And basically you're still left 40 to 42K free.
Yep.
And then now you're optimizing the Basic itself, so it's a bit short. Now we should mention, because there's been some questions about this, because you're shifting the ROMs around, any programs that use indirect ROM calls like Polecat and Casson and that kind of stuff will not work without patches to directly call the routines.
That is correct. You won't be able to call the same memory locations. But in the download package, there is the complete listing, the assembler listing file that shows you where everything lands and uses all the names of everything.
Okay, so somebody could take the existing code and reading that documentation would be able to patch it to run correctly with the new one.
Because somebody was asking in Discord today, could this be burned into a ROM? And I don't want to speak out of place, but based on my limited understanding, I was thinking that probably wouldn't be the best thing right away because of that ROM
backwards compatibility.
Compatibility, right?
Yeah,
so,
a lot of ROM cartridges from Radio Shack use Color Basic ROM calls, and it happens a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, if you had the option of having a ROM that you had a little switch, you could just flip back and forth between. Stock
that's it, like a toggle.
And this,
which I think, what's his face, Sloopy Malibu's got something like that with his Pi Drive wireless thing, is where you can switch different ROMs and stuff. And I think Jim Brain might have something.
Yeah,
so
that would be perfect, because then you can run the special programs that require all the extra memory here, and hopefully Tim will be speeding up some of the Basic too,
right,
and fixing bugs and everything else.
But because you can just load it on a CoCo, that negates the need for the ROM, so you can use it on demand when you need it. When you want to write.
Having it on ROM is just convenience. If you have a little switch, you can just instantly flick rather than where did I put the disk that is Squanchy BASIC on?
Well, and this might be a job for the CoCo SDC, where you can burn different ROM banks into the CoCo SDC. So
have you tried that, Tim? Have you tried burning it on the SDC to see how it works? Or
I have not tried to use any of the flash banks yet. I would have to create a custom loader to probably switch between 2 different RAM banks for the disk extended, because it's bigger than a 16K bank allows.
Jim Brain just woke up because I mentioned he might have a double ROM.
So yeah, that's another thing I need to write down. All these different platforms for it to run on.
SDC, yeah. Listen, it ain't nothing if it can't support the SDC. So.
Yeah,
No,
so
that's cool.
that's-
That is super cool. And
yeah.
by the way, this is available on the CoCo Pie. it's a get pull to get it in
Along with 1,000 other things.
Yes. So good stuff. Thank you, Tim. Squanchy Tim.
Next up, the monthly episode of the CoCo Crew came out just before the weekend here. So the highlights of this one is they did a discussion on what is considered the state of the art in the community. And this I found actually probably one of their best discussions, because usually they kind of all agree on the same premise of whatever it was. This wasn't. This is where actually you could listen to them as they're discussing it, change their minds as they're going. So it was a real proper discussion. It was actually really good. I kind of side with Boise in that. Like for me, state of the art is taking stuff that existed back in the day and seeing what you could do now that nobody would have thought of before. Joust transcode is an excellent example of this type of thing. So for me, I'm more of a software guy. So for me, it's more of a software, like I'm pushing it to do something that you've never done before. Maybe it's hooking up, 16550 chips to it, like Rick Uland's doing, or Jim Gerrie's been doing, or Snyder for that matter. So it was an interesting discussion on that. The tech segment is about difficulties in using the CoCo SDC and a real floppy drive controller simultaneously in the Dragon. Now, I've done that on the CoCo quite a bit because I've actually been backing up a lot of my old original discs. There's some stuff that's not on the archive yet that I'll be slowly going through as I get time. And then Neil, of course, discussed Joust because he was one of the beta testers on the earlier versions of it too, as was I. So it's a great game. Go
Must
grab
be
it.
a Canadian thing. Okay. So, okay, cool. Thank you, CoCo Crew.
Next up, from the Dragon Talk as well, John Whitworth, of course, who's done the formerly MSX2 Plus board, now called the SuperSprite FM Plus, which is for Dragons and CoCos. So he's got a limited number of boards for sale right now. Paris Surratt's been working on drivers for OS9 Level 1, and he's been working on, of course, the AGD ports from the Spectrum and stuff, so he'll actually have some software to run on it that takes advantage of the sprite chip, the graphics chip, the sound chip, and everything else that's on it. Now, the one problem, and we heard this from Rick earlier, that everybody's having these days is that trying to get parts. Chips are hard to come by these days. And so he's got a limited number of these boards out now, but one of the key chips, the V9958, which I think is one of the video chips, has nearly doubled in price because of the rarity of getting chips out now within the span of a month or two from when he ordered this first batch. So now he might have to adjust all his prices. But if he hasn't quite sold out yet, if you guys want to get in early on these, and these will work on Dragons and CoCos, even the CoCo 3, go grab it from his store site.
Yeah, and I don't want to take away from any potential sales he's going to get. I'm sure he's not making a ton of money on this, but this is now also emulated in MAME, which thanks to Nigel Barnes, who is the European version of Tim Lindner. Although I don't think his hair is as luxurious, but we can do this in MAME, and this can also be downloaded with a Git update to the CoCo Pi. So in future updates, you can go into the MAME at the Dragon menus and be able to pull up a Dragon with the SuperSprite board on that too.
Yeah, but isn't that distorting the hobby?
That is listen.
For me, I view the MAME version as a good way for developing for it because you can run the MAME debugger and everything else. But it's cool to have it actually running on the real hardware too. So.
Mm-hmm.
But I do hope you can get the chip
Yeah,
supply.
I'd like to have one.
And
And this would be a great thing for show and tell to bring to like a computer club and show off everybody
or any trade
one
shows.
of the many things the CoCo can do. Yeah. Thank you, John Whitworth. Barry Nelson.
Yes, so he's done an upload now. He's got a custom MAME branch that he's been doing for years, and he also can build it for the Mac directly too. But it's basically a slimmed down version of MAME with just the CoCo core stuff and gets rid of all the other stuff. So he's done a MAME branch here where he's backported a fix for fixing serial printers. So if you guys do any serial printer type stuff on MAME, this will fix some issues. I think he submitted this back, Tim. I don't know if you know if he submitted it back to the main MAME project.
This
but
is my patch that he put in his MAME.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, and that was kind of my question to him was: does he coordinate or communicate with you since you are our known MAME dev, person?
Barry and I talk. I
Okay.
think we should just leave it at that.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, that's available for download from him too. So
from my
and I have
hometown
gotten
of
some on
Miami,
Mac versions.
He's
of
from
MAME.
my hometown of Miami, Florida, too. That Barry Nelson. All right.
And next, I hope somebody knows more about this than I do, because Trey Tomes has been posting video, and this is just one of several videos he's done here of his latest updates to what he's calling his X32 Over-Extended Color Basic project. And he's been gradually adding function stuff, so he's got it, handling some basic keywords and doing some parsing for errors and stuff.
I think what he's doing, and this is feeding into the conversation that's been going on for the past 2 weeks. What would the CoCo have been if it still existed? But This is getting into being a bare metal implementation of a color basic interpreter that's not being emulated. So I think this is something that's going to boot up on something like a Pi. I think he's doing it in an emulator, but he's creating an operating system that will boot bare metal on a modern, I'm assuming, ARM type system or Linux type system that will interpret color basic. I think that's what he's doing.
Okay, so it's kind of like a combination of a more modern implementation with kind of what the 8-bit guy did with the Command 16.
Well, that one he's building in hardware. This
yeah, but he's trying to modernize it with like faster chips. And
Yeah. So this is like, and then when the question came up on the Pi 4s and stuff, Alan Huffman had posted a link where somebody had like a BBC Micro that was not being emulated, that ran bare metal on something like a Pi 0. And so this is, I think, possibly something in that vein where he's writing the actual operating system to boot bare metal, where we're not booting up Raspberry Pi and then emulating CoCo. This is writing the software to boot on the hardware. That will be an extended basic like quote unquote operating system that runs natively.
Okay, cool. I didn't get a chance to check it out too much.
That's what I think. That is my educated guess. I haven't read in too deep. I just looked at the videos as it started because it looked like it booted. So it looked like it was booting up a piece of hardware of some form, and then it booted straight to this green screen.
Yeah. I do know Karen's been like responding with him here, so maybe Karen, if he's still in the chat, there has a better idea, or maybe a clarification anyway, of what exactly is happening. So if he wants to pipe in while we're going through stories, please do. Next up, this is Alison Deneau again, this time a little bit of a hardware project for Septandy. And this is a video of her printing a 3D shell for a program pack on the 3D printer.
Now, is this time lapse? Because doesn't it take like 8 hours to print?
I don't know. Just don't ask Rick Adams because he had a pretty horrible time with his.
Thank you. You're too kind, and thank you.
It was cool that Allison, did all the game projects and stuff, but is also throwing in some hardware too, like a varied Septandy.
Go, Alley Cat, go.
And Alan Huffman here. Yeah, so he's got some of his Septandy stuff is already up that you can play the videos now. But he's also got something you can see set reminders. So he's got them queued to come up over the next few days type thing. So you've got a week's worth of CoCo stuff all coming out. And I'm sure he'll blog about them as well too. So
click on that sausage, man.
Hey, man, look at that sausage, man. Yeah, Alan is like he's very seasonal, isn't he? Like you won't hear from him for like 9 months out of the year, and then he just like it becomes Huffman season, and you get like 3 months of overload of just blog posts and optimizations and how to make basic interpret faster, and here's a bunch of videos, and so it's really cool to see when Alan is in the zone and just cranking stuff out. Even though I haven't watched his videos, I can hear his voice and feel his enthusiasm already. I love that.
Yeah, we see that at CoCo Fest too when we meet him there because he goes into a flurry right after CoCo Fest because you get charged up meeting everybody and stuff. So
yeah, we love you, Alan Huffman.
So I haven't had a chance to watch all these yet either, and some of them actually haven't been released yet. I think there's 3 released right now, but one every day for the next week. Basically, is coming out.
I got it. It's like he's like the Jim Gerrie of YouTube at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. And this one, he actually did a video which he did specifically to Facebook. Not quite sure why he did that, but I do know he actually published a blog post about uploading video to Facebook, and all of a sudden his audio was just disappearing. He'd run it in preview, ran fine. He'd upload it, dead silent. He finally figured out what was causing that. He wrote a blog post about it, I think, last week, which is basically if you have multiple tracks, Facebook will only let you play the very first primary track. If you have any audio in any other track, it does not come through. So he figured out how to get around it. But this particular video here is actually on getting better random numbers through BASIC. So if you're doing random number games, and he was kind of mentioning some of the caveats of trying to do it just with just a raw R&D function, he'll give you some tips and tricks to be able to get better randomized numbers in BASIC. So if you're a game programmer in BASIC, for example, that might be of use to you.
All right. Thank you, Alan.
Next up, Carlos Camacho. Actually, this is a maze creation algorithm using the 6847 chip. Now, this is a modified version of it, from I remember, on a different machine. But you can recognize kind of the green screen. Now, mind you, they've got a custom font and stuff here, too. So this is for a PC 6001 VW, which was a computer by NEC. That was based on a 3.8 megahertz Z80 and a VDG compatible chip and a sound chip from late 81, 82. and he's been doing some optimized code in BASIC, and he was trying to get it, see if we can get it
Wow.
running as fast in CoCo BASIC.
That
so.
looks like a microscopic zoom in of a silicon transistor. So this looks like inside.
It just looks like a regular map and Death Trap to me.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. Oh, that's insane. It almost looks 3-dimensional. It's like you
You
stare
can
at
see
it for
like
a
it
while.
actually has a lowercase version of it running here.
Yeah, yeah. And Alan Murphy's saying the sound chip is the same that's in the speech sound pack. So it's like 2/3 CoCo. It's got the graphics chip and the sound chip from the CoCo, and just has that.
Well, we couldn't do colors like this on the CoCo.
Z80. Well, that's because they somehow augmented the
Yeah,
VDG.
it's not actually a VDG. It's a VDG compatible with some
Okay.
extra features, basically, from what I understand.
Good times.
And Alan can
Good
correct
times.
me if I'm wrong.
As soon as I saw that too, I was thinking, isn't Rick Kelly,
that's
Rick,
it.
Rick doing something like that? Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, that's it. It's a variation of the 6847.
Hmm.
It was embedded along with the CPU and some other stuff. But yeah, that's the exact machine that I'm porting my game from, and that font is one of the things that I implemented on the CoCo 3, and now also CoCo VGA.
Nice.
Cool. Also, just to give an update, Sixy said he only briefly talked with Trey on his project, but he said Stevie's got it right though. So you're correct, Stevie.
I took an educated guess, but I'm often wrong, as my wife will point out. Okay, so we're moving along.
Okay, next up, Mike
Rojas.
Rojas, who's been blogging, I think, 11 or 12 episodes here about trying to get this completely dead CoCo 3 working, and all the stuff. He had to fix the keyboard, he had to fix the motherboard, and all this stuff. It's running.
Nice.
So after all that, he says, as I lean back sipping my coffee this morning, I think about what's next.
Taking a
Explore
victory
09,
lap.
play some games, dive into assembly, write a few games, connect to BBS, more retro hacking. So many
I
possibilities.
see a couple of scopes behind his CoCo 3 there, so he's using technology to figure out what's wrong with his technology.
Yeah. But it turned out really well. I mean, if you saw what the original state of
Yeah.
the machine was, and
Yeah.
in fact, he's got it all
Now, is
running
that
here.
distorting the hobby when you use modern technology to figure out what's wrong with your vintage technology?
Oh, Stevie.
No. Okay. I'm just asking for a friend.
Stevie's poking at the bee's nest.
Okay.
I think the most surprising part of that is you have friends.
It's not distortion, it's overdrive.
So
Yeah, there you go.
the answer to the question, though, is I posted a whole bucket list of CoCo things to try a long time ago. So grab the bucket list and knock everything off of that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got
This was a cool one for me. Rutherford LeBlanc, who actually did Return of the Coco, which is a CoCo emulator from way back around 2000. And I haven't heard anything from him lately. And of course, there's been other emulators that have come out since, like VCC. Is actually returning, and he's going to start working on VCC. Now, his was like Return of Coco was Windows specific, and it had some nice things like drag and drop a disk image onto it and just bang, it would just load it and run. So he's actually going to be working on this, and I actually got him in contact with Bill Pierce. So they're going to try to synchronize some of this. So he'll actually be active in some development for VCC. And I know who's the other guy? Is it Jim Rye? I'm trying to remember.
Jim Rye is doing some stuff. There's a handful of people now. Now this is the VCC where the O is silent, right? So this is the original Windows branch of VCC, and the OVCC becomes a.
Now whether this will be applicable or not to other, I don't know. But he actually fired up Return of the Coco here, and he actually has the original.
I think I remember before I even started YouTube, I found this at one point in time and got it working, and then I couldn't find it anymore. Yeah, I seem to remember having this one at one point in time.
Yeah, I mean this is after like say the Jeff Vavasor, which was actually done in
Yeah.
DOS back in the early '90s and stuff.
And
here.
we'll save opinions and discussions on emulators for another time. But yeah, there have been many throughout history, and there are many now. There are at least 3 active emulation projects going on. Technically 4 if you count OVCC. So we have no shortage of emulators for the CoCo and then all the stuff.
But the good thing is, I mean, VCC had languished for quite a while. Jim Rye kind of got into it, and Bill's been trying to do some stuff. He's especially been updating the documentation. It's nice to get one of the other people that actually has a lot of experience writing his own emulator for the CoCo joining. So now maybe it'll start, going forward at a more rapid pace again.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of work doing emulator.
And it's if you want to hit the ground running, it's super user friendly. So I would never discourage anybody from using it, especially if you want to pick up and just write some basic programs. It is probably the easiest way to get to an OK prompt and get started. And that's
MAME
what
is
I got
powerful,
started
but
with.
it's a bear's ass to get running.
Yeah, when I started my CoCo journey 5-6 years ago, before it led me to all the fame and fortune I enjoy now, I started on VCC because I didn't know what to do, and all my early videos were done on VCC. My entire series on how to program in BASIC was done on VCC. So I will not shame that project in any way, shape, or form. Now there are other emulators that are good at specific things, but VCC is great for just double click the icon, poof, I'm at an OK prompt, let's get to work. Super user friendly. Ease of use.
Ease of use.
Yes.
That's my mantra too.
Yeah. LW Asm.
Yes, so Glen Hewlett, of course, who did the Pac-Man and Joust transcodes here, decided to do a little bit of a different blog here, and he uses LW Asm, which of course is by William Astle, who's very active in our Discord, which is a cross assembler, I should say, for the CoCo. And he actually goes through some of the tricks you can do in LW Asm that you don't get in, say, Adtasm Plus. So he's got stuff like various things with labels, including the no label version where you can just tell it to jump ahead to the next exclamation mark or jump backwards, so you don't have to remember labels. Reusable labels.
There are people using LWASM that aren't even aware that they're using LWASM because they're probably using a development environment that it's baked into and scripted to. So, Glenn is proactively, consciously using LWASM.
And using some of the new features.
But anybody who's using any of these cross development tools, you're probably LWASMs behind the scenes in one of those scripts.
This is one I would use if I used LWASM for a lot of my stuff, is actually having the cycle counts built in. So if you're trying to optimize code, I usually figure it out just by hand, or a lot of them are in my head.
Mm-hmm.
But you can actually just turn on this thing when it does a listing. It'll tell you exactly how many cycles every single instruction takes. So you can say, oh, that's a bit slow. I should see if I can change that, which is really good for optimizations. And then it gets into conditional assembly. Now, this is something I am used to because we have a lot of conditional assembly stuff in the OS9 assemblers. I don't think Edtasm had much of that. So maybe some of the CircComp stuff or something did. I don't remember. I haven't used those in a while. But basically, it's a really nice blog article on some of the things that if you're coming to doing CoCo assembly again, but you did it in the past with real CoCos, there's a bunch of features that you probably didn't know existed that are in LWASM that you can use to your advantage. And he gives really good explanations of each and some samples. So
Glen Hewlett's blog is a great resource for all kinds of assembly tips and tricks and optimizations, etc. This is a cool project. This is almost like Mr. Dave territory here.
Yeah, actually, it reminded me of Mr. Dave a lot, actually. So he's been installing modern components, including a color LED keyboard, into a CoCo 3 case, and then presetting it up with emulators. You can just run it. So here's, you can see the full color LEDs here in the case. And, it actually is hooked up with some real joysticks with little adapters and stuff too. So it's actually running CoCo. You buy one of these joysticks from Rick Uland. Plug.
Right. And Paul Fiscarelli's got the adapter too, to convert CoCo joysticks to USB.
A joystick without that horrible label on it.
Yeah. Actually, that keyboard looks really good though. With the RGB.
It actually fits quite well.
It fits well in the color scheme, the whole RGB scheme. This fits into the rainbow theme of the color computer.
Yeah, he's got to switch the colors so they match the actual
it's red,
badge.
green, and blue. Yeah, but that's easy enough to do, hopefully.
Yeah.
No, it fits well. And look at that. You got USB ports on the side where the cartridge door would have been. It's making perfect use of the spaces without having to cut new holes in it or whatever.
It's a very well done, very clean looking product. It doesn't look like a hack job. Like
HDMI port in the back, power LED. You got a couple more USB ports there, and then the real joystick ports. So this is a good hybrid of old and new. It's
Windows 11 sticker on the top.
Oh yeah, is that what that was, or something? Yeah, Windows 11, powered by Windows 11, huh? Well, it's almost perfect. I put a CoCo Pi in there, but that's cool.
It's really well done. It looks clean enough. You'd almost think that was how the machine was designed. If
yeah.
Very cool. At first, I thought he had my Windows 10 cartridge.
All right, let's keep it moving.
That was really cool. So next up, we have a couple of MC10 stories. So Simon, and this may become part of Septandy too, I'm not sure, but basically the MC10 sound is much worse than the CoCo's because it only has 1-bit sound. There's no 6-bit DAC.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
So what he does here is he's running, and it's going to sound more distorted than we're used to on the CoCo because it is 1-bit only, but he's actually running a 2-voice music player at 7.5 kilohertz and it's using a song he's used before. Now, this might be a bit loud. I'm not sure. Let me know once it starts
Too
playing.
loud. You're too old, man. Yeah, that sounds good. I love his sawtooth patterns, that very crunchy, industrial sound that he's able to produce.
It's crunchy, even in milk.
Yeah.
That's a bit,
We're almost into dubstep territory.
All right, yeah, it is a little loud, but okay, you can pause it.
Yeah.
We can't talk
Anyway,
over
it's a
that.
pretty cool project. Now, he's uploaded the video of it. He's also uploaded the source code for those who want to learn how to do the multi-voice on the MC10. And one of those people actually took it up and ran with it a little bit here.
Hold my beer.
So I'm hoping I pronounced this correctly. Anders Carlson.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
He's slightly modified. Like the way Simon's is set up is that you have to figure out the data tables for the notes yourself. You have to punch in, binary values or hex values or whatever to create the notes. Anders modified it so that you can actually just tell it actual notes. It can go like C4. That'd be fourth octave. A
Almost
C
like
note.
the play command.
Yeah, so he's readjusted the source code. So if a musician wants to tackle this, they don't have to learn all the what frequency counter I need to get this certain note type thing. They can actually just punch in a musical score using a bit of a musical style notation, C#4 with a D5 or whatever, and actually do it that way. And he's uploaded the new version that actually handles that here, so that anybody wants to write music for the MC10 using that 2-voice music player from Simon, here's an easier way for you to do it if you're a musician versus a nerd.
Cool.
So that's available on the Facebook MC10 group, as is Simon's video, so you can actually get both of those and actually download
For the low
source.
price of free.
Yep.
So kind of interesting. That models exactly what happened in the Rainbow magazine originally. So CoCo Composer came out and it played 4-voice DAC music, but you had to do all kinds of rocket science, weird math to get the notes
I remember
in.
using that.
And then along comes, I'm blanking on his last name now.
Musica?
Bob.
Lester Hands?
No, it was before there was
it Busta Rhymes?
yeah, right.
Yeah, because Rich Perry was the composer guy, wasn't he?
Yeah,
And-
I think his name was Bob, and I'm blanking on the last name, but he took the CoCo Composer and added a music note front end to it. And that was in a later issue of Rainbow. So if you hit the index, look in the music category, you'll see both of them there.
Yeah. Actually, I shout out to Bill Sias and Color Computer News. They had a competition, and I didn't mention this because the interviews are already running pretty long. But they had a competition for 1 year where they were actually having 4 different categories for people writing programs. And one of them was to make the best rendition of the William Tell Overture, whether it was basic or machine language. And if any of you heard the organ music, the 7-minute long version of the William Tell Overture, that's where it was published first.
Oh,
that was
wow.
the winner of that category in CCM.
Oh, yeah. I used to play that thing all the time, man. That was like a showpiece to play that thing on your CoCo.
And a little side note, a bunch of us here, because that was one of the earlier CCNs we got, we ended up splitting it between 10 of us, and each of us typed in a full page of data statements, little tiny hex numbers. And we had a couple
Wow.
mistakes, but generally we did pretty good. It was recognizable.
Wow. Let's rock on. We're looking at here. This looks like something David Ladd would have.
Yeah, well, except actually probably would be. So this is the microdeal page, and we've mentioned that on the Dragon Talk show because the person that's running it was one of our guests. And basically, John Symes, who actually was microdeal, said you thought you'd be interested in how microdeal produced tapes in our copy company called Top Copy. We had 2 tape-matic machines that take a cassette that just had a leader, cut the leader in half, and then it high-speed copied and stretched tape. So this is how they manufactured all the tapes for all the Dragon programs, games, utilities, word processors, whatever. So I thought I'd zoom some of these up here so you can kind of see. This is industrial level how you would create tapes instead of just having. I've seen some of these tape decks that have 2 or 3 tape decks copied.
Wow.
This is a whole other realm.
Yeah, bulk. It just keeps doing them over and over again. They just have to measure out the right length and clip them.
Yeah.
Wild.
So that's a bit of history there, right, too, from the early 80s as well.
Absolutely.
Next up, we finally got a date for the Dragon meetup. It's kind of bounced around. They had some overbooking at Cambridge, etc. So that's now been officially, it's November 27th and 28th. So the second day is actually my birthday. So thanks for letting me celebrate, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get some of them on to either show the show live at the tail end of the show because of the time difference, or at least give a report afterwards.
That'd be great. That would be great.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to get the Dragon Talk too. I'm going to try to get that organized somewhere just after this, so that actually after they've seen the entire show, let it sink in.
Yeah.
They can come in and talk about the stuff in more detail than the live reporting will have.
All right, cool.
So look forward to that. At the end of this November, beginning of December.
Same month as CoCo Fest this year.
Yep, except we're at the beginning of the month.
Yep. Paris Surat.
Yep. So these next few are a bunch of Dragon software updates and stuff here. So Paris Surat here in this particular case has made a Java app that will convert VDK files that are not multiples of 256 byte length sectors to DriveWire 4 compliant. Now, this is something I think Mikey had found out, because remember last week we said we were trying to get them in contact with each other because Mike was having some issues with PyDriveWire with some Dragon stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the VDK is a copy protected format. It's kind of like our SDF or whatever, so it can have like raw sectors and it can have extra headers and all this crap. So this utility that he wrote will take them, as long as it's not really copy protected with some really weird formatting, and convert it to a standard stock 56 byte per sector that the DriveWire, PyDriveWire wants. And now you can fix all of those ones that don't work, and now they'll work with DriveWire. So thank you, Paris Surat. I was still going to try to get Paris Surat for a full-blown interview too.
What a jewel this guy is. He's just done so much.
Brilliant,
Brilliant,
and he keeps cranking it out here. It's just we tried to have him on the show this last time. He was actually on holidays and had really, really bad connection. Couldn't do it, but we're definitely going to get him on. Oh, I guess I lied. There's one more hardware project. So we've had Pedro has been doing CoCo 2 duplicate boards, and then CoCo 3. He's been working on the CoCo 3 duplicate circuit board. So Arvid is actually working on building his own Dragon 64, and this is step 1, just getting started type thing.
Right.
So
okay.
So I'm imagining he'll be kind of blogging this on the Dragon Facebook group as he goes. So I'm going to keep an eye on that and see how he does on
yeah, Mikey says no, that the VDK is actually more like the JVC format. It says it's nowhere near close to DMK. It might be just a sector size or something.
I might have confused my acronyms because you forgot SDF in there too. So
yeah. Anyways, okay, so we're going to start building a Dragon from scratch. Step 1, put in a chip.
Yep.
Step 2, put in more chips.
So John Whitworth here has uploaded a couple of things. This is Flex for the Dragon Plus computer, so it has drivers specifically for the Dragon Plus. So that was one he did in Dragon group. And this one he did OS 9 with Dragon MMC drivers. So Dragon MMC, of course, is the Dragon native version of the CoCo SDC kind of. It's kind of the same thing, but it also supports cassette files, save states, etc. So he's got drivers specifically for the Dragon Plus there for running the MMC. So if you want to grab that, if you have a Dragon and or Dragon Plus and you have an MMC.
Okay, dokie.
And then lastly, Paris Surat comes out again because of course he's busy. This is the last version of DOS plus 5 extended. I won't read off the whole version number here, but modified so that the read subroutine for Becker ports, which is based on Gary Becker's work on the CoCo 3 FPGA, has a triple timeout than previous versions suggests Michael Furman. Now, from what I understand, there was a problem where PyDriveWire, I think it would time out or something. Mikey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding this incorrectly in the chat. But basically, there was a timing issue that he suggested Pear to fix it, and Pear made this revision. I do believe that has fixed the problem. So I will let Mikey.
So yeah,
talk
DOS
about.
Plus is basically kind of like the SDC DOS for the Dragon that can support DriveWire, and it's now been tuned to work with PyDriveWire without any issues or disconnects. Is what I would take away from that most likely. And some of those questions started happening during the time of our Dragon Talk special. Was Mikey was starting to ask some of those questions in the chat and on Discord and Facebook. So it's great when we can reach out and get in touch and put these people together and get this stuff happening.
Yep. No, it's been working really well. The collaboration in the community is fantastic.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is that?
And that's the last of my regular news. So if you wanted to talk about any of the stuff specifically on the Coco Pi here, I can
just pull up the Coco Pi website for starters because just click on the homepage. Click on Coco just go right there. Click on that and then scroll up. Because what I want you guys to realize, number one, is that just go to coco-pi.com and everything you're going to need to know is going to be here. And then if you need to communicate with Ron Klein or myself or anybody else, then Discord is where to go. We've got a Discord channel for this. So Coco-Pi is the website. This is where you can get the new unified community image. It's one image that runs on all Pis. There's a handful of things you need to do. If you click on the videos tab on that same site, Curtis, which is the same thing as I have a YouTube playlist, but if you just click on the videos there, and if you scroll down, you can kind of see that. So these are all going to be here like in a gallery format. So as new videos are released, they'll be here. And in each video is relatively short. They're anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes. Long ones might be 10 minutes. But and each one's tackling one topic. So like part 1 is how to download and burn the image. Part 2 is how to resize the SD file system. Right. Part 3 is getting it on your network. You know, part 4 is downloading and applying the update. So real short snippets. So it's not one long verbose video. It's a bunch of short videos. And we'll continue to crank these out on both simple topics and get into some more advanced things as well as time goes on. But there's been a lot of interest and activity in CoCoPie lately, and a lot of the things people were questioning or concerning about was they were running an old image and they're trying to run the old version on new hardware. Any of those concerns have now been addressed. And the great thing about it is no matter what Pi you run, Pi 3, 4, or 400, once you burn the image and run the updates to kind of patch it for your operating system, all future updates, anything that they need to do, you just run from a menu. So you run a git update, you run a fix script, and you reboot. And as new things are put in, like for example, Karen has updated XRoar probably 3 times in the past 2 weeks, we can just pull those updates right in because Ron Klein stays on top of MAME updates and XRoar updates. And so as they're released, he compiles them, he adds them to his GitHub. Everything you can do now, you can pull down from the internet. So the idea here is you never have to re-image this again. And unless a major operating system, unless the foundation changed, you know, just changes to the menu, updating emulators, adding new features. It's all going to be an online update to the project. And so you can continuously update your emulators and pull the latest version of whatever emulators out there. You can roll back to an older emulator if you need to for compatibility reasons. So there's a lot of cool stuff with that. And the website in the Discord is the place to go to get the image, to watch the videos, and then if you want to chat and ask questions or give us feedback and suggestions, which we're always excited to hear. But you know, I went ahead and I showed you my update. I went ahead and I bought the Pi 400, and you know, as much as I was sitting here saying, yeah, I don't want to buy it, I don't, you know, blah 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 blah, I went ahead and bought it anyways. Ron Klein, because all my complaints, well, you know, you have to be tethered to the screen and you don't have a good range of motion and all these excuses. Ron's like, you know, you could just plug a wireless keyboard into the Pi 400 too. And this is what I love about our community. We are the worst group of enablers ever, right? So I'm trying to talk myself down from buying something I don't need. And all I needed was one little push to drop another $120 on something I didn't need, right? So, but I like the Pi 400. There's a lot of stuff. If I could screen share real quick.
This is the last news stories from Green,
what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and bring it up on here, and I'll show you something, because we were talking about Tim's Squanchy BASIC, and I went ahead and I pulled it up. So this is Tim's Squanchy BASIC on the CoCoPie, and what I love about the CoCoPie now is that because you've got this GUI and you've got a graphical desktop, it's really easy.
Are you sharing?
I have it on Zoom, so it should be in. I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing Zoom. Hold on one second. Let me do that. Share sound. Now let me click on the. I have too many mice here. This is my biggest confusion right now. All right, can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so this is Squanchy BASIC, right? And I loaded the small Squanchy BASIC, and you can see you got the 5505 memory, right? So everything is web updatable, right? So whenever you want to get an update to the CoCoPie, you go to your utilities menu, you scroll down to the bottom of your utilities menu. And then you go to administration, and then you drop down and you go to Git update, which is I don't even know where it is. It's right here. Okay. So you have a Git update, you pull a Git update, that'll pull down anything new. So if there's a new emulator, if there's a new package of something new, you do the new GitHub. Then you run the fix script. The fix script will do a few things for you. And then once you've done those, He actually added more fonts. Okay. And then, because we were talking about fonts in the Discord channel this week, and then you can just reboot after you run the fix script, and then everything will be in here. So as suggestions come in, and as new projects are taking place in the community, we're going to be able to pull them into this project very, very quickly with web updates, right? So you're just going to run a git update, a fix script, and a reboot, and anything new will just come in like magic. And so Tim's Squanchy BASIC got updated. The new updates to XRoar, as he's doing the experimental CoCo 3 support, those are being pulled in. As Tim is very active in MAME development and adding features or fixing things or breaking things, whatever mood he's in that day, all of those things will get updated and pulled down. So this is the holy grail of color computer emulation and a real simple to use package and user interface. And for $120 to buy a Pi 4 or a Pi 400 with the keyboard and everything, keyboard and mouse, it's a real cheap way to experience multiple machines and do a lot of stuff. And all I'm going to tease you with, and we'll leave this as a teaser, but you saw, as Curtis was talking about in Facebook, there are a lot of people now who are getting excited about getting back to the CoCo and writing programs in BASIC. And so there's been people who have been doing the type-in programs, and then they're asking questions like, well, how can I export my source code listing so I can share it with you guys and post it with you on Facebook, or do this or do that? And that's not an easy thing to do necessarily if you typed it into the emulator, how do I get it out of the emulator? Or if I'm typing it in Notepad, how do I get it from Notepad into the emulator? These are things that are not necessarily self-evident truths that you just know the answer to. Some things are possible, some things aren't, some things require a little technical research. But one of the things that we're going to be adding, and when I say we, I mean Ron Klein, one of the things that Ron Klein will be adding to the CoCo Pi, and you might already see it when you do a git update and a reboot, but on your desktop now is going to be a text editor that's called Genie. And if you open up Genie, what this is now is this is going to be part of a development environment that you can cross-assemble and type in your source code on a full-screen editor and pull down a menu and run it in an emulator. And it will support BASIC, it'll support CMOC, and it'll support assembly. So just for real quick, if I just said 10 print, I got to do all caps. I forgot I'm in color basic. Okay, so if I say print, quote, the keyboard is all over the place here, right? CoCoTALK, right? And I put a little semicolon in there, and then 20, go to 10, right? Okay, so there's my simple program. Now, when I go to my build menu, and I'm going to say build a CoCo 2 disk image and launch MAME, I can do it local, I can do it over DriveWire, I can do it in XRoar. And as soon as I do that, my basic program, I think it's going to ask, is it asking me to save it? Okay, so I'm going to give it a save name. I don't know what the hell I'm typing here, don't care. All right, and so now it's going to basically fire this up, and it's going to fire up basic, and hopefully it's not going to make a liar out of me. Is it going to do something? Is it still doing something? This is still a work in progress, so it might not be completely here. Here it is, CoCo Pi R. Oh, I don't know what the hell that is. Never mind. Okay, so I might not be there yet. But it's
you can see where it's going, where you'll be able to just auto launch your program. Yeah.
So what we're going to have here, and I might have done something wrong because I haven't been fully schooled on this, but you're going to have a full screen text editor, and you can then basically pull down from a menu the ability to take your source code and build it as basic. Oh, and you can renumber basic. You can build CoCo 2 disk image. Did I have to do a basic option here? I don't know. Anyways, this is a work in progress, but it'll be here soon. So why am I mentioning all of this? Because number one, the CoCo Pi makes it real easy to emulate the color computer, and not everybody is quite as savvy on how to configure MAME and download ROMs and blah, 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 load disk images. So this makes it real. This is the ease of use in emulating color computers in general. Well, what we're going to be adding to this as well is going to be ease of use kind of software development cross-assembly tool that's going to be on the desktop. And so for the people who are now wanting to do your type-in programs, well, you can. And not only that, you could go to the website where that program is. And if you didn't want to type it all in manually, you could copy and paste it from the PDF file if it's searchable. And then just instead of doing the type-in, you can do the copy and paste in, bring it into your editor, press the magic button, have it fire up in a CoCo, and run it. And then it's going to be easy to share your source code because it's running on a computer that's connected to the internet, and it's a text file that you could email or do whatever you want because CoCoPie has a web browser, right? And so like that's the nice thing too. If I want to get software, like before the show, I didn't know how to do the update to get Squanchy BASIC. I just went to Tim's GitHub on the CoCoPie and downloaded the zip disk from his GitHub to the CoCoPie to load up Squanchy BASIC. So now that you have that GUI, you can do a lot of work on the Pi itself, like you could do in Windows or Linux or Mac OS. So a lot of exciting things coming on here, and I think this new one with that ease of use development environment that'll be on the desktop is hopefully right now what we're doing is we're gift wrapping everything and we're handing this to the world. Where here is with a nice bow. Here's emulating the color computer. Here's emulating the Dragon, emulating the MC10. It's all ease of use. It's menu driven. And on top of that, now we can have software development real easy for you. So any objection, obstacle, or hurdle that anybody would have had to not doing something with the CoCo, you got no excuse anymore, right? You only need $100 and some odd bucks to get your CoCoPie going. And on top of that, also on this desktop, but wait, there's more. There's also QB64. And if anybody remembers Quick Basic from the old days of MS-DOS, and I spent an entire decade of the 90s playing with this. That's what I did my Cosmic Aliens game in. But QB64 is here too. So if you want to write like an MS-DOS type GW Basic program and in Basic and do more things with more graphics modes, that's there too. And that's cross-platform compatible. So you can write a program in Quick Basic and compile it to run on Windows, Mac, or Linux. That's on there too. So if you want to write in BASIC, but maybe not be limited to color BASIC's limitations of resolutions and colors and sounds, you can still write stuff in BASIC on your CoCoPie or on your PC and have the fun of writing a vintage 8-bit program that actually would run a little faster and look a little nicer on a modern system. So lots of options here, all for the low price of free that you just have to get your Raspberry Pi and your SD card to get going. So that's the CoCoPie project in a nutshell. And if you follow the page and follow us on Discord, you're gonna see that we're gonna keep posting out updates as time goes on. So there it is. I'm done.
Amazing.
Well, it's no Squanchy BASIC, but it's something. This upgrade scheme is very nice. It took me like 8 hours and 5 retries to get AT&T to download this upgrade. So I'll be thankful to not do that again.
Yeah, you don't have to re-image anymore. Well, theoretically, not very often, unless we have a major underhaul of the operating system that has to be replaced.
Yeah, the Pi's own operating system.
Yeah, unless you have to replace the Pi operating system. All the features and updates to emulators and scripts and tools and stuff, they're just going to be downloads.
Yeah, for native like CoCo operating systems, like say Nitrous 9, for example, or Flex, whatever, if you guys get Flex set up, but that's an automatic download too. Like when we release a new version of EOU Nitrous 9, you can just go pull it off the menu.
And that's what and so the last 2 videos, which I released and rolled out today, I did a real brief video on how to do Pi DriveWire and how to boot up an emulated CoCo and load software over DriveWire, because Pi DriveWire is running on your Pi, and it will both feed the emulated CoCos as well as you could create a instance to feed a real CoCo. If you want to plug a USB serial dongle into your Pi, you can run DriveWire to real hardware off of this. And Pi DriveWire supports not only the DriveWire protocol, but the MC protocol that the MC10 uses. That's all built in. So I did a very brief, like less than 10-minute video on just how to put a disk in DriveWire and pull up a disk on HDB DOS, right? So it's not super technical or super deep, but it just shows you where to get started. And then I did another video in less than 10 minutes showing you how to get the ease of use image for Nitrous 9 and how to boot it up and fire it up and then run the patch to make it RGB with a real-time clock. Imagine that, Nitrous 9 with a real-time clock.
The way it was meant.
The way it was meant to be, with 80-column RGB. And all that you can do now. And so as we were talking about, to get a real CoCo 3, it's getting to be expensive, $300 average street price on a CoCo 3 right now. Not to mention the fact you need your floppy emulator and you need your RAM upgrade and you need this and you need that, right? So for $120, get a CoCoPie and run a 2 meg CoCo 3 emulated and have all the fun of running Nitrous 9 with a real-time clock. Right, so
yeah, and of course it emulates a 6309, the upgrade chip that a lot of us people have done in hardware, but it's a bit difficult if you don't have soldering skills. So
and so big thanks go to Mikey. Ron Klein, because he's the one who's been basically driving this project for the past 5-6 years. I'm just a guy who's excited about it, who's trying to be the I'm trying to be the guy with the bugle.
You're
right?
the user beta tester.
Yes.
The cheerleader.
The cheerleader. Rah, rah, rah. Go Cocoa Pie, right? So.
Hey, Mikey wants to know where his royalty check is. Curtis probably does
it's
too.
in the mail. It's in the mail, Mikey. If you come to VCF Midwest next weekend, all the way from California. Yeah. Which, by the way,
excited.
By the way, a few of us on the panel will not be here on the panel next week. So Jason the Coco Man, myself, Grant Leedy, we will all be at VCF Midwest. I think Eric Canales is going to be there. I'm not sure who else is going to be there, but I believe Richard Lorbieski said he might show up, so we might have a voice on sighting. But we won't be on the show. So next week, we got a great show next week. We have Gene Turnbow, who created the first Star Trek game for the Color Computer 3. We did a pre-interview with him, and man, this guy's a firecracker. He's just got so much. He's an interesting guy, right? So he did the first Star Trek thing. He's done some cool hardware projects.
Rockstar.
And he runs a sci-fi internet radio station, right? So what is it called? It's called.
He's also been involved with Hollywood and.
Yeah, it's sci-fi.radio, or is that what it is?
Dude, outside on you.
Are you trying to talk to us, Jason, or do you need to be muted?
Nope.
Use your inside voice. So next week's interview is going to be great, but some of us won't be here, but hopefully Mark B will be able to stream the show. We'll try to bring you live coverage from VCF Midwest, but we realize with our guest speaker, we're not going to try to hijack the show. So we might have some after the fact VCF live footage streaming next weekend from Chicago. Good times. Anybody have any final thoughts before we run the outro and get ready to say goodbye?
Just a big thank you to Bill Sias for being with us. He actually stuck through the whole show.
He's still here, right?
I thought he turned the lights off just so we wouldn't notice that we wouldn't notice that he's napping. It's so boring, but,
he's in the guest protection program, but
and we squeezed it into 4 hours, which was great. So
I'm in the living room. You're looking out at the lake right now.
All right. So
what happened earlier is I about sat on the cat. I got up for a second. He tried to steal my seat. So that's when everything went all wonky. But hey, I look forward to seeing everybody at VCF next weekend. Stop by the Coco Man booth.
There we go. All right, I'm going to run the outro.
My Greyhound saw the cat, and you were almost in trouble.
All right, we'll be back after the outro here. Thanks, guys. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, Grant Leedy, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Uland, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever, people! All right, and that concludes another train wreck. And thank you again to our special guest, Bill Sias, and thank you to L. Curtis Boyle for going above and beyond to wrangle all of our guests that we've got. We've got back-to-back guests for the next, all the way through September, going in halfway into October. Thank you everybody for being here.
I will be trying to slow that down a little bit because it is getting the shows a bit long when there's so much news happening at the same time. So I think we'll start in October, November, booking guests every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So we can have a catch-up one for keeping the shows a little bit
it's a
short.
good problem to have where we're having to turn people away from being a guest on the show right now.
Does that explain why I can't get on as a guest?
Yeah. Thank you, Ron Delvaux. And thank you, Rick Uland and Tim Lindner for Squanchy Basic and for MAME Development and for all that you do. And Mark B for being our backup. Alan Murphy. David Ladd for your fashion sense. And Mark Overholzer. And thank you, everybody, for watching. So we've had Kevin Holloway and Mikey and Tom Eric Gunderson and Scott Cooper and Coco Man and Mark Overholzer and Mikey and Exiled in Paradise and Sixie and Retro Innovations and Rick Uland and all kinds of people out there in the chat today. There's too many to even count at this point. Sloopy Malibu is out there. I think Mr. Dave was out there. So many people. Erico Monterio has been out there in the live chat. Tim Gilbert's our friend from Wales and the Dragon side. So many people. Too many people, not enough time to thank, but thank you all. We're going to press the button. Hang out with us on Discord and check out the Coco Pie Project. Lots to do for your Coco Dragon and MC10. And say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.